Hope was gone, and then hope was found. Oh my goodness, the Toronto Raptors, even this series, no one could have predicted this. The Toronto Raptors could not buy a bucket. They could not buy a shot. Their shooters could not shoot. The Cavaliers dared them all night long. If I told you were going to get this type of shooting performance from Brandon Ingram, from RJ Barrett, from Jacoby Walter, that you weren't going to get that Herculean, unbelievable performance from Jamison Battle, that you were really not going to get much scoring from anywhere on the court. If I told you that this is going to be a grinded out half court offense kind of game where you had to execute down the stretch, and it was going to be Scottie Barnes on one end and Donovan Mitchell on the other. You would have guessed. You probably would have guessed. You probably should have guessed that the Cavaliers would take a 3-1 victory, but such was not the case. The Raptors were done. They were cooked. When Brandon Ingram came back on the court in the fourth quarter, the Raptors had, built up some steam, but that steam went away so quickly. And this was about to be the slander pod of the century for Brandon Ingram, were it not for the late game heroics. And oh my goodness, the defense really came up. I want to give a big, big shout out. Number one to Colin Murray-Boyles. Yes, gave up a ton of offensive rebounds down the stretch. Really difficult to out-jump a 7-footer like Evan Mobley when you are underneath the basket and he's got better position. It's a long rebound. And a couple times it just bounced the wrong way. But CMB on that final possession against Donovan Mitchell guarding up, and I said it before, I would trust this dude with my life with the game on the line, and he did not disappoint. Leans forward, Donovan Mitchell tries to lean into him, tries to take that foul, does not get it, chases him out of bounds, and the craziest part about it, he just screamed at him. Donovan Mitchell was on the ground, and it just felt like this game was a game of inches. It really was. This was a game of details, and the Raptors won this game on the details. They won this game in terms of the turnover differential. They won this game on the defensive end. They won this game down the stretch. Scottie Barnes, 6 for 6 down the stretch from the free throw line. If he goes 4 for 6, you probably lose this game because the entire equation of the game changes. But for a guy that was once considered a zero-level scorer, a guy who's had his ups and downs at the free throw line, to go to the line and deliver 6 for 6 from the free throw line is truly insane. Yes, please hit the like button. Smoke that Cavaliers pack tonight, man. Absolutely. Honestly, be responsible, but man, like it's 4:00 in the afternoon. Go to the bar. Go celebrate with some friends. Find a Cavaliers fan. Find that dude who was in Jurassic Park saying it's still LeBronto and tell him not anymore. It's Scotland. It's Scotland now. Because if I told you through four games, this is not a one-game fluke. This is not a two-game fluke. This is not a hot shooting streak. If I told you through 4 games that it was undisputable in a series with Brandon Ingram, RJ Barrett, Evan Mobley, James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, that yes, it would be Scottie Barnes, who was far and away emerging as the best player in this series, man, you would have told me I was, what's the term? I'm on his nuts. I'm glazing. What is that thing that Ron said on Player's Choice? Pen, I got to be honest. The problem with Scottie Barnes is you. You are the problem with Scottie Barnes discourse. Because you talk about him like he's the GOAT. You talk about him like he's the next coming. Well, you know what? The playoffs expose weaknesses. Today, the Cavaliers decided that Scottie Barnes is, in fact, the best player in this series. They blitzed him. They doubled him. They gave him the best perimeter matchup. Inside, they collapsed double teams and triple teams, and they dared the Raptors shooters to shoot. And tonight, they didn't shoot. And it didn't matter. The Raptors won anyway. They won anyway. Last game, the Raptors shot 61% from 3. What did they shoot today? Let's figure it out. By the way, this win probability is not a joke. The Cavaliers had a 94% chance to win this game when it was 84-76 with 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes to go. I'll remind you, no Immanuel Quickley in this game, so you don't get that shooting pop from Immanuel Quickley. With 1 minute and 14 seconds to go, the Cavaliers are up 3. They managed to lose this game in the final 74 seconds. Up 3. How do they do it? The film breakdown is going to be phenomenal. I hope there's a call-in, a call-in segment today. I hope, and I realize this is a bit of a early game, but man, I hope people call in today. I hope people talk their shit. We are guaranteed a game 6. I agree. The flagrant foul, incredible. That was a huge call. Absolutely. Scottie going downhill, trying to end Jarrett Allen's career on that dunk and then going to the line, making 2 free throws. All of this was, I mean, frankly, a lot of it was just composure and nerves from a young team that honestly just found out we can play in this series. This is a team that walked into this game with the right approach, with the right intensity, and the completely wrong jump shooting form. Let's take a look at what happened in this game. The Cavaliers, led by Donovan Mitchell, who shot a blistering 6 for 24. Shout out to the Raptors defense, primarily Jacoby Walter, Scottie Barnes, Colin Murray-Boyles. Brandon Ingram got involved defensively, and it was impressive to see. Jamal Shed, everyone who played tonight tried to compete on the defensive end. Honestly, the defensive weak links were the usual defensive weak links, RJ Barrett and Jakob Poeltl, but I want to give Brandon Ingram, in the midst of a very tough shooting night, like there was a lot of positive things he did on the defensive end to try and help his team win. Shout outs to Evan Mobley. I don't ever want to hear Evan Mobley and Scottie Barnes conversations ever again, because this series is very much in the balance, and you managed to score 8 points, and Jakob Poeltl was your primary matchup for most of the night, and your other primary matchup was a rookie. Granted, not a normal rookie, a very special rookie, but shout outs to Evan Mobley for his miraculous 8 points. Also give a shout out to Jarrett Allen, who probably for the first time in this series has been outscored by Jakob Poeltl. 1 for 5 from the field, but 15 rebounds for Jarrett Allen and 2 blocks. He did provide a lot of balance on the offensive glass. Those two combined for 10 offensive rebounds of the Cavaliers 16. And James Harden, a lot of concerns about how he was going to look. He had a pretty decent first quarter and then basically shot blanks for the rest of the game. This was not the James Harden game. And quite frankly, afternoon game Sunday in Toronto, did you expect James Harden to show up for this game? Because I didn't. And yeah, I mean, this is the best backcourt in the NBA. Okay. And you held them to 39 points. Shout outs to the Toronto Raptors. For the most part, kept the bench in wrap as well. Max Strus with 1 point, shot 0 for 5 from 3. Did a good job closing out to him for the most part. He did get clean a couple times. Jalen Tyson goes for 9 points. Sam Merrill for 14. Dennis Schroeder for 8. You get nothing once again from Keon Ellis. I think that's like over and over and over now for Keon Ellis. Just cannot score in this series. Also, shout outs to James Harden. 7 turnovers to follow up a game with 8 turnovers. 8 turnovers. So 7 turnovers, 8 turnovers. That's 15 turnovers in 2 games for James Harden. Bro, it isn't even game 5 yet. You already choking. I like the Raptors odds right now. It's a 2-2 series. Granted, 2 of those games will be in Cleveland, so the Raptors have to win on the road once. But they've got all the momentum right now. If I am Darko Rajakovic, I am telling my team, you shot 13% from 3. You shot 32% from the field. You managed to shoot only 75% from the free throw line. And you won a basketball game in the NBA playoffs. Dog tired, man. Colin Murray-Boyles with another wonderful performance, not nearly as efficient as he has been, but let's just be honest, the man is leading the entire league in field goal percentage in the playoffs. That was not going to happen. That was not going to continue. So he missed a couple of bunnies around the rim, not necessarily the same touch that we've been used to. Jamal Shed, shout outs to him for another 0 for 5 from 3. That's becoming pretty much a staple since game 1, where he shot 5 for 6. The Raptors once again get a pretty disappointing performance from Sandro Mamukelashvili, who at this point is probably costing himself a lot of money because he hasn't been that great. And Jamison Battle, 9 minutes for 0 points. It's not like they didn't give him a look. They eventually ended up trying to, give AJ Lawson a look because it just wasn't working. The Cavaliers did a better job of limiting his looks. I just also think the Raptors overall need to get a lot more from Jacoby Walter. I understand he was sick. in the previous game. I don't know if he is still sick, but to go 0 for 9 and score 0 points in 27 minutes, the fact that you are able to withstand a performance like that from Jacoby, if he hits 2 or 3, this game is so over so early, right? And they were good looks. They were wide open. They were very wide open. And honestly, this is the right idea. Maisie, the dog, saying this was reminiscent of that Philly game. To those who do not remember, game 7 against Philadelphia, the Raptors could not score. And in the end, it was Kawhi Leonard who iced the game. He just kept going. And today, while Scottie did not have that kind of Kawhi explosive, outscoring, scoring game, he did not necessarily hit a game winner with Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons going to the corner. He did ice this game. He did finish this game, and he finished it very strong. Scottie Barnes with 23 points on 15 field goal attempts was not the leading shot taker, was not the second or third. It felt like the Raptors had a script coming into this game that Brandon Ingram was going to take us to the promised land come hell or high water. And it was high water or it was hell. It was hell. Let's just be honest about Brandon Ingram. It was hell. Okay, this is not a good game for Brandon Ingram by any means offensively. He did hit his free throws. Shout outs to him. He did compete defensively. Shout outs to him. But man, he was so slow processing the court. And at one point, the Cavaliers had Max Strus, Sam Merrill, and James Harden guard him on back-to-back possessions, and he ended up with 0 points. This is bad for Brandon Ingram. He needs to get his ass back in the series because his primary function through the first 3 games was that he was at least occupying one of their best defenders. In this game, Kenny Atkinson just gave up on guarding Brandon Ingram. They said, you know what, Max Strus, you got it. He can't score on anybody. Anybody. It didn't matter who was on him. He struggled to beat his man downhill. He struggled to process double teams, and they would send a double late to kind of make the shot a little bit hard. But they just trusted that he did not have the explosiveness or the handle or the size or the skill to beat his man off the dribble. And he once again, over and over, settled for really difficult shots and also blew point blank layups. I think if you're Brandon Ingram, you need to write a check to Scottie Barnes and CMB for carrying you through this game, because this was going to be bad for him if he ends up screwing this one up. And, again, it's a team game. It's a team game. Okay. Let's just be real about it. It's a team game. You win this game. We're not talking about Brandon Ingram 6 for 23, getting guarded by Max Strus and Sam Merrill and still struggling. Shout outs to Brandon Ingram for only having 1 turnover. It felt like more, honestly. I remember the 1 turnover distinctly. Scottie Barnes, couple lazy turnovers, like really stupid turnovers in this game, but also a couple of like not so bad turnovers. RJ Barrett was not good tonight. I don't know what to tell you. He showed up late and he hit one very, very big clutch bucket. But for the most part, I don't think RJ was great tonight. I think he forced a lot of difficult shots. Don't think he processed the court very well. Think he got lost a lot defensively. Jakob Poeltl was a lot better today. A lot better in terms of serviceability offensively, presented himself as a role target, attacked Jared Allen downhill, really just closed the gap. Like when a team backs off of you 8-9 feet, that's a running start. Go into them. And it's like Jakob Poeltl just woke up one day and was just like, wait a second, am I 7 feet tall? Yep. Am I one of the best paint finishing centers in the NBA? Yup. I can do this. But the Raptors really today, the game ball definitely goes to Scottie Barnes, man. +9. And it was really Scottie and that bench unit, especially Scottie plus CMB. The lineup minutes with Scottie and CMB have been great all series, all season. And I have to say this, the Raptors' future with these two, specifically these two, has not looked this bright since 1999, 2000, when you had a young Vince Carter and Tracy McGrady up in here. And right now, that prophetic, wonderful little, hold on, let me go back to it. I'm going to actually pull it up. One sec. Hold on. This is a moment for victory laps. Nobody gets to laugh at me for victory lapping. Hang on one second. Let's have a moment to victory lap here. Okay. So here we are. What did we say? Where is it? The Toronto Raptors are no joke. The one stat everyone is missing. The Raptors offense is built for the NBA playoffs. Well, this game, notwithstanding, that has held true. The Raptors have been one of the best offenses in the NBA. And look, I'm just going to say it. I did not expect the Raptors to win this game. Point blank, I did not expect the Raptors to come out and win this game. All the pressure was on Cleveland. They did not show up in game one. Sorry, they did not show up in game three at all. And I was just like, you know what? They took one off. They're going to dial up the pressure. They did dial up the pressure defensively, but the Raptors said, we'll see your effort and we will raise the effort tenfold. The Raptors were the harder working team tonight. The Raptors executed really well tonight. So let's take a look at a little bit of film. But first, I just want to take a look at the team stats for a second just to see how the Raptors actually won this game. The Raptors win the possession battle. They win the possession battle handily. They take 97 shots, the Cleveland Cavaliers 87 shots. They do not shoot well from three, but they do not allow the Cleveland Cavaliers to shoot very well from three either. There is a differential of six three-pointers, which is why this game was even close. They beat the Cleveland Cavaliers at the line. They got to the line 36 times. If you do a combined stroke here, plus 10 field goal attempts, and you get plus 13 free throw attempts, think about how badly the Raptors won the possession battle. And that comes down to turnovers. The Raptors win the turnover battle 18-12. They win the offensive rebound battle 21-16. And overall, they win the steals battle 11-5. There is your game right there. That's your game right there. You won the possession battle. You did not execute offensively. You shot terribly, but you played defense. And that defense allowed you extra looks. It allowed you extra chances. And the Raptors executed. And they won. They won ugly. There have been four very different games in this series, frankly. But I want to specifically talk about the two Raptors wins. Last game, you won because of your offense. In game two, you lost. Let's go back. In game one, you lost because of your defense. Point blank, period. In game two, you lost because of your offense. In game three, you won because of your offense. And in game four, you won because of your defense. Every game has been different, but the team that has won the possession battle has won every single game. These teams feel even right now, which is amazing. Think about what I'm saying to you. Think about what we're saying here. At worst, this is going to be Cleveland in 6. Okay, at worst. That's what happened to Detroit last year. They lost in 6. So you have shown up. Your star player, your max player, your superstar has shown up as a superstar in this series. You can never walk away from this series saying, why were we here? Why did we try? What are we doing? We should have tanked. Fuck your tank. Fuck your tank. Fuck you if you think we should have tanked. No, this is why you do this. You do this specifically so you can see what these guys are made of. Now, I'm not going to hold what Jacoby Walter shot the last 2 games against him. I'm really not. I like the guy too much. I trust him too much. I know he's a dog. He's having a bad shooting series. It happens. But he is competing. He's competing every possession on the defensive end, and he is doing his best. Okay? Jamal Shed, get in the gym all summer, man. All summer, and shoot that fucking shit. Bobby Webster, look at this team right now and start to actually think about making adjustments to your roster. Yesterday, I watched the Denver Nuggets lose a game in which Nikola Jokic got blitzed and he made passes to shooters that could not hit shots. Today, I watched the Raptors win a game where Scottie Barnes got blitzed. His shooters didn't make shots, but they still came through. Okay. And this just comes down to, and I'm not saying Scottie's better than Nikola Jokic. Please don't misquote me here. He's still got a long way to go to close that gap. But because your franchise player also brings it on the defensive end, he's not going to allow himself to get hunted. That play where you force a backcourt violation, that is Scottie Barnes and Jamal Shed forcing not a backcourt violation. It was a 8-second violation on Donovan Mitchell. That is dog, bro. That, like, you've played this series so hard. You're 4 games into it, nicks, pains, all that stuff. You are hurt. You are tired. You are exhausted. Scottie played over 40 minutes today. And on the 39th minute, he still has the energy to get around a screen and fucking force that to get over and then just make Donovan Mitchell think just a little bit so Jamal Shed can fucking dive at the ball and force that 8-second violation. This is what winners are made of. And you have spent so much time drafting, investing, building a winning culture. And today, that winning culture paid off. Win, lose, draw, don't care. Be proud. Be proud of this team. Can I take a moment to just get in my Masai bag? And it's like, believe in yourselves, man. Believe in your city. Believe in this team. Believe, like, okay, yeah, there are holes. I get it. There's bad contracts. I get it. But man, how can you be a lover of basketball and not be proud of a team that goes out and works this hard? Yeah, they're missing shots. Yeah, they're super young. They're stupidly young. The moment might be a little too big sometimes, okay? But down the stretch, you're down 4 and you close this shit out against a team that right now is second to come out of the East in terms of betting odds. Second. This team right now, the Cleveland Cavaliers, were it not for the Boston Celtics, would be the favorite to get out of the East. And you have them tied up 2-2. And it is not them just taking it lightly. They're making adjustments. They're trying their best. They came in here thinking they were going to end this series. They cannot. They could not. They did not. And you know what? Game 5, game 6, if there is a game 7, dogfight. But you as a Raptor fan, and I'm not saying settle for less. I'm not. By all means, I hope the vibe and the mood and the messaging in the Raptors locker room is, okay, we got 2-2. We still haven't done shit. I hope that when they show this Raptors, whatever, locker room, that thing that they do when they give the chain or whatever. Scottie gets the chain today. If Scottie doesn't get the chain, fire Darko right away. But or CMB, Scottie or CMB, one of those two guys has to get the chain straight up. Like if one of those two guys don't get the chain, if they give the chain to like Brandon Ingram or something for trying his best, I swear to God, I will crash out. Okay. But that being said, whatever happens in game 5, game 6, game 7, you can walk away from this saying the future is brighter than you thought it was 3 weeks ago. Because 3 weeks ago, some people were saying something really weird. BI gets the chain. Why? Why? Look, I am a military man, said Darko, saying Scottie is at 60% right now. Yeah, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it at all. Okay, let's get to a little bit of film. Okay. So, okay. A lot of stuff with Nikola Jokic and everything going on with the Denver Nuggets right now. We'll talk about that towards the end if there's a caller who wants to talk about it. But here, Scottie Barnes, very early, gets into this game. Hold on one second. Share this. Okay. So Scottie Barnes early in the game. Here, Jacoby Walter with his pass, and here, Dean Wade. You just can't hang with him. Scottie went up. Dean Wade didn't. There's the dunk. Let's go. I said, my franchise player showed up. This time, we get Jared Allen on a closeout. Once again, Jacoby Walter with the pass to Scottie Barnes. Shout outs to Jacoby for doing things other than scoring. That was great. Okay. Now here, I said you can't force it. Okay. Like here, you have a play. You're early in the shot clock. You're 2 seconds off the clock here. You got Jakob Poeltl sealing, but not really sealing. Just kind of like, I don't know what the hell Jakob Poeltl is doing right now. Just getting like completely manhandled. I don't know if the refs are allowing James Harden to completely manhandle Jakob Poeltl, but he got to be tougher than this. He got to put a hand up. But here, RJ Barrett attacking Evan Mobley just is a really bad idea. And you get a turnover. Barnes gets the chain. Deserved. Very, very well deserved. Completely deserved. I said, by the way, Dean Wade has been guarding Scottie a lot more tonight. Cavs have adjusted. Hasn't mattered. Scottie 3 for 4. Ingram still can't score. True. Okay, if you want to understand what kind of game Brandon Ingram had, no play defines it better than this. This right here, Colin Murray-Boyles, a little bit of a brush. And here, Ingram just can't finish. Just can't finish. Unbelievable. All right. Now, the spacing is atrocious here. Absolutely atrocious. Also, give a shout out. Give me a W if you ended up catching the video I did with Cheap Seats. Shout outs to Cheap Seats, man. That was a great conversation. We did not do a video yesterday, but we did a video the day before. And I was like, you know what? I'm not even doing a video yesterday. Yesterday, I was like, nah, I'm gonna let people watch that one because that was a dope ass conversation. Shout outs to Cheap Seats and shout outs to all of you who actually ended up subscribing to Cheap Seats. I saw that subscriber rate go up. Let's see it go up even more. It'd be great. It'd be great. Give that guy some love, man. And he's a big Colin Murray-Boyles fan. Sure, he appreciated this game, watching Colin Murray-Boyles lock down. Here, this is just bad spacing. Go out and make this pass. This is a risky pass. But here's Scottie, little touch pass. Beautiful. And here, just somehow, Colin Murray-Boyles is not able to finish. Too bad. But yes. Okay. Now, this is just... Now, can we end all of these Scottie Barnes, Evan Mobley talks? Can we just end them? Boom, 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 boom. Get the fuck out of here, man. He launched that from his hip. Launched it from his hip. Beautiful. Beautiful to see. I said double him, triple him, does not matter. Good screen by Jamal Shed to get Max Strus out of the way. Here you draw a much more favorable matchup. And look at the attention that is going towards Scottie Barnes. Here comes that double team. Now, why are they able to double team? Because Jamal Shed is not a threat to score. This is right here. This. If he's facing this type of coverage and he's got 23 points, to me, this is the worst spacing in Raptors playoff history. There is not a playoff team in Raptors history that I can think of that had worse talent in terms of spacing than this team. You play so many non-shooters at the same time that allow your big wings to get blitzed and double teamed like this. But here, if you gave Scottie a lethal shooter at the top, this is a guaranteed 2-3 points. Guaranteed. But here, Scottie says, nuh-uh. I'm going to take all this attention and I'm going to leverage it into 2 points for Colin Murray-Boyles. Shout outs to CMB for making himself present and going up quickly on that, but also shout outs to Scottie Barnes. I said Toronto has scored 11 points due to Scottie in the paint, 4 points in 14 minutes outside of that. This is spooky. Yes, of the Raptors' first 15 points, 11 were directly a result of Scottie getting 2 feet in the paint and either scoring or making the pass. Here, we see Scottie get a foot in the paint, once again, make this pass to Jacoby Walter, and Jacoby, once again, proving, hey, I'm out here for a reason. I may not be making shots, but at least I'm processing shit. Okay? To start this game out, Colin Murray-Boyles and Scottie Barnes, 6 for 13. Everybody else was 3 for 27. Brandon Ingram started this game 1 for 10. Okay, here we go. Jamal Shed. Once again, Jamal Shed, Jacoby Walter, tough game, but defensively and as passers, they brought it, kept the turnovers down. Great pass here by Jamal Shed. Explosive finish for CMB. Got the crowd really, really up into it. Here I said this is just jitters. Okay, this is just jitters. This is also kind of unforgivable, but, I just think guys were in their heads. Now, here, I'm going to slow this down. This is a clean pass. You're not gonna blame this one on Jacoby Walter. This is just RJ Barrett having two thoughts at the same time. Number one, catch the ball. Number two, am I gonna finish? Number three, where's the help coming from? Okay. Cade did do that, and he also had 8 turnovers. To me, so far, if you want to debate best player from the 2021 draft in these playoffs, it's Scottie Barnes, period. Scottie has been a top 5 player in the NBA so far in the playoffs. Go argue with a wall. Okay? That's where I'm at right now. Okay. Now, finally, the tide has turned for Brandon fucking Ingram because Ingram had the best 2 minutes of this entire game to close the second quarter. Here's Scottie Barnes. Once again, he's driving to the paint. Look at all the attention that is funneled towards Scottie Barnes. This is some Giannis shit right here, okay? This is how teams funnel towards Giannis. And what this is going to do is, first, I wish Scottie had gone even deeper on this, but it's fine. because Brandon Ingram gets a wide open three, and that is hopefully going to get him going. The next play down, Ingram plays some good defense here. So this is Evan Mobley, and look at Brandon Ingram blocking this shot. RJ Barrett, once again, slowing shit down. Of course, not passing to Colin Murray-Boyles, decides to do it himself. I mean, seriously. Yeah, I'm fine with this. These are weaker defenders. You got the three weakest defenders on the court. Yeah, RJ, go out for that. Good decision. Good decision. Good decision. And here, RJ Barrett, once again, this time setting up Brandon Ingram for this buzzer beater to end the half. Brandon Ingram leaves on what can be considered a good note. Okay. And it continues in the second half, where BI finally gets going, this time on Dean Wade, the guy who has been haunting his dreams. And this one, nice and clean for Brandon Ingram, finally getting going in this series. And here, this was another pull-up that he had, this one on Max Strus. Boom. This was all first half, by the way. And this is that play that we were talking about with RJ Barrett to end the quarter. Boom. Ingram, pump fake, second defender, can't stop him. So good shit for Brandon Ingram. Okay. This is a great pass by Scottie Barnes. I love this. Once again, Scottie is one of those guys where if you start to load up, look at how they're loaded up. There's two on the ball, basically. And the second you commit that second defender, it's a roller right down the middle. Evan Mobley does not step in right away. Jakob Poeltl gets the and one. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe he stepped to the line and also got I think he got the and one on that one. Here, look at Jarrett Allen. Jarrett Allen goes back because Scottie cuts into the paint, right? And here, Jakob Poeltl just attacks his body. Great job. Great job, man. Now, this is one of my favorite defensive plays. It is not my defensive play of the game. I'm really thinking about, like, should I start having an award for defensive play of the game? That play is going to come up a little bit later. But this is one of my favorite defensive plays of the game. And this is basically, look at first, Jakob Poeltl do a good job finally. Scottie Barnes runs James Harden off the line. Yak playing big. Scottie mindful of Evan Mobley. Here he's going to trap. And he's going to trap in a way which is good because he takes away this pass. And here he's going to recover. And this is the epitome of two places at once. Two places at once for Scottie Barnes. Wonderful, wonderful compete level. And yes, he missed that. I said everything went wrong for the Raptors on this play. First of all, Brandon Ingram could have dove for this ball. Instead, he is already retreating. He goes for it way too late. His off-ball instincts when it comes to like hustle stuff are stupidly bad sometimes, right? Here, Harden gets an almost open three. Ingram does a good job of closing the distance late. Here, Jacoby gets out-rebounded. Jakob Poeltl gets out-rebounded. Here, Jakob Poeltl tries to get a hand up. Jacoby late closing out to the shooter. Shooter misses. Here, Ingram is able to pass this up to Jacoby Walter. I would like to see him make this pass to Scottie Barnes because, like, right here, you need to pass to Scottie. You need to pass to Scottie. You need to put this right in front of Scottie. This is a guaranteed 2 points. Instead, he slows down and then tries this soft-ass shit at the rim. I don't have a problem with most of Jacoby Walter's misses tonight, but that one really had me screaming. That is bad. Do not do that again. All right. Now, I have to say, there's 4 seconds left on the clock here. Okay. Ingram passes to RJ. I understand Jamal Shed is what he is right now, but you can see Ingram screaming at RJ to pass to Jamal Shed. If he is in that corner, you must pass him the ball. He is wide open and you have to pass him the ball. Okay. You have to. You're not a three-point shooter. He's not a three-point shooter. He's open. You're not. Pass the fucking ball. You don't pass the ball. Instead, you pass fake. Tyson is able to recover, so your option goes away. And instead, here you are dancing with fucking James Harden and taking a fadeaway pull-up three and barely gracing front rim. You should have been benched for the rest of the game for that. I don't give a fuck if you're an RJ fan, if you think I'm hating. This is honestly delusional, stupid basketball. And this is the type of play that honestly costs you a series. And this is why I have so little faith in the Raptors in games 5, 6, and 7, because one of these two guys is going to be like, I got to be the one. I got to be the one. It's not enough for the team to win. No, you got to win. Fuck that shit, man. That is really stupid basketball. Every RJ pull-up, fadeaway three pisses me the hell off. Okay. This is another finalist for defensive play of the game, honestly, because, yeah, this is unbelievable. Good job, RJ, here, trying to contain this. But look at this unbelievable anticipation from Colin Murray-Boyles. Unbelievable. To just anticipate, time it perfectly. Watch that again. Okay, first of all, as I said, good job, RJ Barrett. Make this a little bit hard. Catches it a little bit weird. And here, trying to throw it over, Colin Murray-Boyles reads this play. He reads his eyes. He knows this pass is going over. It's a short clock situation. He thinks it's going over to Jarrett Allen. And he is just able to erase this. Look at how high he is. I think this guy tested with like a 36-inch wingspan, and he 36-inch vertical, and he basically like was 36 inches off the ground for that. Turns it into a 2-on-1 the other way. I like this take from RJ Barrett. This is great. You know, you have a retreating 7-footer go into his body, bump him off his stride, off balance. Again, you have a bigger, taller guy. You're strong. You go into his body, you bump him off his spot, and then you finish. As he's going back, you finish. RJ is very good at this, probably the best on the team at this, if I'm being honest. And here, yeah, amazing. As we get closer down the stretch, we are suddenly starting to see some hope for the Toronto Raptors. And here, this is Scottie Barnes going right down Bay Street, going right down the middle. He did this a lot. And this was beautiful. Just, how do you stop this? Evan Mobley can't. Jakob Poeltl staying at home. If you overplay, he's going to dump this off. Beautiful. And here, once again, Scottie Barnes taking over. This time, Dean Wade. Once again, the matchup that has been giving. And you use Jamison Battle to clear some space. Dean Wade has to respect it, but they ignore it. And here's Scottie Barnes. One bump. And I remind you, this is the man who has been giving Brandon Ingram nightmares. Shout outs to Jordan Drenchman trying to gaslight everybody on Player's Choice on Friday, saying like, "Oh, the Cavaliers, they should live with Scottie Barnes scoring 50. If I was coaching the Cavaliers, I'd live with Scottie Barnes scoring 50." Talk now. They guarded him like he was the best player on the planet tonight. I have seen teams guard LeBron James this way. Okay, let's just be real about it. I'll be real about it. I've been watching basketball for 25 years. There are very few teams that have shown an offensive player as much respect as the Cavaliers showed Scottie tonight. Did he shoot super efficiently? No. They definitely did a good job of limiting his touches. They dared the Raptors shooters to actually make shots. I'll tell you right now, this game plan could have backfired spectacularly because Scottie is not an unwilling passer. Scottie could have made every single right pass. He could have had 20 fucking assists tonight. If his team makes shots tonight, he has 20 assists. He has 20 assists, 23 points, and now we're really talking about Magic Johnson, okay? So if you want to talk about who has the least help of any superstar player, superstar transition, like adjacent player in the playoffs right now, it's him. He don't have anyone as good as Franz Wagner. He don't have anyone as good as Paolo Banchero. He doesn't have anyone as good as Jason Tatum or Jaylen Brown. He doesn't have anyone as good as, Donovan Mitchell or James Harden. Every freaking team that's doing well in the playoffs right now, that's won 2 games, has 2 guys. 2 guys. Okay? This is the team that has 1 guy. And that 1 guy is really coming up big in every game. So, shout outs to Scottie Barnes, man. This is his mom was in attendance. Shout outs to Glorilla. Like these guys had a lot of pressure on them tonight to really come up big, and they did. Whew. Okay, shout outs. Look, this is just awful. You almost lose the game on this play alone. Okay? This play right here almost cost you the game. Brandon Ingram cannot get any space on James Harden at all. Tripping all over his feet. He's trying to push. Harden is not letting him. He's not letting him. And here, you turn it over. So at that point, my girlfriend, who just sat down, said, "Why is Ingram on the floor?" My girlfriend does not watch basketball. She is not a basketball fanatic. She is not a basketball expert. She's listened to me talk about basketball a little bit, so she knows who the players are. She knows who Scottie Barnes is, Brandon Ingram is. She knows who RJ Barrett is. She's heard the names. But my girlfriend is not a basketball coach. And even she said, "Why is Ingram on the floor?" And honestly, in the last 6 minutes of this game, he shouldn't have been on the floor. If you're being completely honest with yourself, he shouldn't have been on the floor because right now he's not making shots. He's not really he's not one of your best defenders. You'd be just as fine right now putting Jonathan Mobile on the floor right now. If I'm being honest, at least he gets some offensive rebounds. It's bad news, man. At least put Jamison Battle on the floor. Even if he's not scoring, he at least stretches the defense out. Like it's crazy. Okay, here, RJ Barrett. What a wonderful take. This is onions. Okay. 84-87. Raptors down 3. Scottie Barnes. Paint collapse, paint touch. Beautiful. Reset. Take the double. And now you reset the defense. You get the main defender, which is look at Dean Wade hugging Scottie Barnes. Doesn't want to let Scottie Barnes get going. They're going to trust Sam Merrill on freaking RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett just turns away, gets through that little dig from Dean Wade. And here, he's just able to bully ball his way into the basket. 86-87, Toronto. Great. And here comes my second runner-up for defensive play of the game. And this is onions. To borrow a term from Chuck Swirsky, onions, baby, onions. Okay? Because this is down the stretch. You are dead exhausted. Dead exhausted. You cannot pick up a foul. You are in the penalty. You are in the bonus right now. So you can't pick up a foul. So you have to guard without fouling. And with these refs, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? Look at Scottie Barnes. Getting around the screen, getting over the screen. And here, the preceding event, which is Jamal Shed reaching for this basketball, creates the 8-second backcourt violation, which gets you a possession. Oh, man. And the next play. Now, this is horrible defense by the Cleveland Cavaliers. RJ Barrett sets a back screen on Dean Wade. Wade gets clipped. I don't know how. I don't know how it happened. Did RJ foul him? Did he just fall over his own feet? It's really hard to see. Maybe you need to slow this shit down. How did that happen? I think RJ just held him. But honestly, I have no idea how that happened. And here, Scottie Barnes, just look how high he went. Can y'all see that? Do you see that? Dude, do you see how high he went? He's like, I'm not missing this shot. And he unfortunately misses it, gets fouled, goes to the line. The ref finally blows the whistle. Finally. Yeah. You know what? New nickname, Scottie Barnes. You are now Scottie Barnes, Scottie Air Canada Barnes. Was his head above the rim? Hold on. His head is at the rim. Like, this seems like, yo, this is like a video game. Y'all remember NBA Jam? Y'all remember NBA Jam? Where like, oh, Scottie Barnes. Oh my goodness. He nearly ended the man's life. Can you imagine what would have happened to the Scotiabank Arena crowd had he actually finished that? That would have been, with the game on the line, dude, that might have been one of the best. Oh, fuck you, Jared Allen. Seriously, fuck you, Jared Allen. That's all I can say is like, fuck Jared Allen. Jesus Christ. Okay. Here is I think this is my defensive player of the game. This has to be my defensive player of the game. Okay. Game on the line. Look at Colin Murray-Boyles. Okay. So we got Scottie Barnes. Jamal Shed doing a good job shutting down. RJ Barrett doing a good job of denying the shooter. Misses it. Shooter gets the ball back. Scottie Barnes gets around this screen. Huge pursuit. Okay. Contests late. Mitchell just smokes it. Just smokes it. And everyone's saying, oh, this is on Mitchell. Dude, this is Scottie pursuing after getting a look at this pursuit. Look at this finish. Like, okay, yeah, it's a mistake. Yes, it's not perfectly contested. It's not clean, but you have one of the best wing defenders in NBA history, right? Like, on your hip. You have to change your angle. This is the Wemby effect that I always talk about with great defenders. Guys like Asar Thompson, Scottie Barnes, OG Anunoby, they make you change your shot. That's part of the value of their defense. It's not just blocks and steals. It is the fact that he is on his hip. Absolutely. And the fact that CMB is stepping up. These two connected on a magical little collaboration here. This is a wonderful collab. Watch this again. So, look at Colin Murray-Boyles. Just steps into it. Yeah, the hand is not up. But you force the miss. And here, risky play. Scottie Barnes nearly ends his career on while stepping on Evan Mobley there. Or sorry, on Donovan Mitchell. And here, Brandon Ingram, great job of preventing the Cavaliers from getting the ball back. I said, come on, Scottie, hit two. As if I didn't know. With the game on the line, we are tied. And now we got one more to go. Scottie Barnes. Does he look scared? Look in his eyes. I always say, with a free throw shooter, look in his eyes. Does he look scared? I said to my girlfriend, do you know what happened at this play? I'll tell you. He went to the line. I went out to the balcony because I wanted to have a sip of water and I just wanted to breathe. And I said, she's like, you're not going to watch him? You're not going to watch him you're not going to see this? And I'm like, he's hitting these two. Guaranteed he's hitting these two. Guaranteed. There was no doubt. There was no doubt. Game on the line. This is eye of the tiger shit. Look at that face. Look at that face. Man, look at his face. This is not the face of a man who looks scared of the moment. Scottie Barnes ain't scared of the Cavaliers. Scottie Barnes ain't scared of the fucking like the Boston Celtics. Scottie's not scared of anybody. And that's the whole point. This is who you build around. You build around a guy who isn't scared of the moment. You also build around a guy who does shit like this. Here is my defensive play of the game. And this is Colin Murray-Boyles, one-on-one, no help, no help. No help? That is one of the best guard scorers in NBA history. Okay? NBA history. That is a rookie, power forward. And you left him with no help because you knew, just as I knew. See, I knew Scottie was going to hit those free throws. And the Raptors knew that Colin Murray-Boyles was going to shut this shit down. Look at him. Look at him trying to try his little pump fakes. Bullshit. Didn't work. And the best part about this, here's the best part about this entire play. Okay. That wasn't even the best part. I love the part where he makes a miss. Okay. I'm going to slow this down. Watch Colin Murray-Boyles as he celebrates. He's already celebrating. I'm going to slow this down super. By the way, I very much apologize for the very, very shitty quality on this video. But here, Watch this. Donovan Mitchell goes into the third row, and Colin Murray-Boyles is barking at him. Look at this. He is so amped up, bro. You don't understand. Oh, this felt so good. I felt so happy for him watching this play. I was like, you are barking at an all NBA player like he is, like he's the rookie. You looking at him like he's food. You're looking at him like, what is he doing trying this shot against me? Does he know who I am? I'm Colin Murray-Boyles. I was the best fucking player in the SEC last year. I'm the best damn rookie in this draft class. Shout outs to Carter Bryant. But for real, like he is the best rookie defender in this draft class right now. He is incredible. And to try him one-on-one, to try to bait him into your little trick bag, and he didn't fall for it, and then you try to bait him by trying to jump into him, and the refs are like, Absolutely. Absolutely, man. How do we not have any callers? Anyways, okay, Miriam saying rename Scotiabank to Scottie Bank Arena. I don't know if they're going to allow it, but honestly, for a day, we could. We should. We should name it Scottie Bank Arena for sure, because Scottie Barnes went to the line 6 for 6 down the stretch. How many players do you know that hit those free throws and then they get to the line and then they hit them all game and they get to the line and they get the yips? It's 1 for 2. Shout outs to RJ Barrett. It's 0 for 2. It's 0 for 3. It's just miraculous. It's like, the moment just gets too big. I was listening to a Sid Seixeiro little snippet the other day. It's so funny how these hockey guys always try to make everything about hockey. And he was talking about Colin Murray-Boyles. And he was talking about a specific quote from Colin Murray-Boyles where Colin Murray-Boyles said, I'm not scared. I'm not scared of the moment. I'm not. And Sid Seixeiro's like, why are you not scared? I would love to take Colin Murray-Boyles out to lunch or dinner. And I'm like, bro, he ain't got time for you, but whatever. I'll let it slide. I would love to take Colin Murray-Boyles out for lunch or dinner and just ask him, why are you not scared? Why are you not scared? Because we've got a hockey team and they're all scared. Can we bottle up what's in you and sell it to the hockey team? Now, I just thought this was the most tone-deaf, stupid comment in the history of the world. But nevertheless, I mean, not the history of the world. The world history is full of some very, very stupid comments. A lot of them by Sid Seixeiro. However, I did think that was quite stupid because my first thought was, you can't do that. You're born that way. You are born that way. Your relationship with pressure is very much rooted in childhood. I hate to tell you this. Your friend who's trying to become a great basketball player, you can't just become this way. It takes a lot of work, if ever. But most people are born like this. You ever hear that thing about like, my hands don't shake? My hands don't shake in these tough moments. My hands don't shake. That's an anxiety response rooted in your relationship psychologically, neurologically in your brain to pressure. How you react to pressure is based on like how you were taught to react to pressure at a young age. And you know what? There's always that one kid, that one weird kid in the schoolyard, and shit is going down and people are rushing this one guy, and that one guy, he's just standing there like a psychopath. There's something I'll say, and I mean, this is a little bit of life, a little bit of basketball, but bear with me for a second. I promise you're going to get something, because this is really about Scottie Barnes and about Colin Murray-Boyles. And this is really what Chris Bosh didn't have, what Pascal Siakam didn't have. I don't want to be too rude, but we all know that DeMar DeRozan didn't have something that Kawhi Leonard did have. And it wasn't 25 points per game, because they both scored 25 points per game. When you're a kid and I implore you, and I'm going to give you a solution to get this back, if you're curious. So I'm gonna give you something. I'm gonna tell you what I think about Colin Murray-Boyles and Scottie Barnes and why they are this way, and then I'm gonna give you something to become more this way yourself, because I've been getting better at it myself. When you are young, you develop a relationship with words. Word webs start to form in your brain. You start to think about anxiety a certain way, your parents a certain way. If your parents a certain way, then you start to think about parent. The word parent becomes a certain way. Money, there's all these things. What is your relationship with money? Really depends on what was the first introduction of money in your life when you were a kid. What is that relationship and what does it web off into? Were your parents always stressed about money? Well, now every time we talk about money, every single time the check comes, every time the bill comes, every time the credit card bill comes, anxiety, anxiety, right? So, what was your relationship to pressure in basketball? Did you have a coach who always like benched you every single time you missed a couple shots? Did you have a parent who only really seemed to pay attention to you when you had a good game, but then after a bad game, they kind of beat you down a little bit? Did you learn? See, it's not what happened to you. It's never what happened to you. When you were a kid, it's not about what happened to you. You could have been beat, you could have been abused, you could have had bad things happen to you, you could have been pulled up, robbed. A lot of bad things could have happened to you. It's not what happened to you. It's those 30 to 50 seconds after what happened to you. What did you need and did you get it? Now, I know a lot about Scotty, and I've learned a lot about Colin Murray-Boyles over the last couple of years. And there's one thing I know that these two got that I don't know if everybody else got. They got a hug when they needed it. Okay. It sounds really corny, but I'm going to tell you right now. If Scottie Barnes had a bad game, his mom was right there for him. No judgment, no pressure, nothing. Kobe Bryant would tell you his father was the same way. Do you remember that quote by Kobe Bryant? He had a really bad game, went to his dad. His dad said, I'm going to love you whether you have 0 or 60. And he said, I really appreciate that, but now that I know that, let me go get 60. You set your children up to deal with pressure based on how you treat them when they face pressure and fail. That's 100% true. This is not kook science. This is 100% fact. When you have a test in front of you, your test, your nerves, anxiety make it hard for your brain to access all the shit you know. How many of you, how many of us, how many of you, how many of me have sat down to write a test? We've been in class all year. We sit in there, the test comes, and suddenly your whole brain goes blank. You don't know what language this test is. You can see your name, and an hour goes by. That's pressure. How you react to pressure will shape over some period of time your relationship with pressure and also your propensity to invite pressure. Great things, winning championships, winning games in the playoffs, great things, great tasks require you to accept pressure. Accept pressure. Palms sweating, knees weak, mom's spaghetti, vomit on his sweater already. Yes, same thing. Be rabbit. Don't be rabbit. My point here is a lot of us were not given that early instructional in childhood to deal with these moments. We thought if we lose this, we'll lose everything. We'll lose a parent's love. We'll lose the coach's approval. We'll lose our spot in the starting lineup. And so all this extra pressure started to build up into an aversion to these moments. We didn't want the moment. We didn't want the bag. We didn't want the ball in the situation. The ball's coming towards me. Oh no, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I know there's a play, but I don't know what to do with the ball. I don't know what to do with the ball right now. That pressure is mental. It is 100% mental. So I'm going to give you a hack on how to make yourself better at dealing with pressure and frankly better at dealing with life. So here's got 600 plus of you in here. It's an hour in. Give me a moment. I'm going to change your life. Okay. Here's what you do. I've been doing this. I've gotten a lot better at it. I got to tell you, little fun story. In grade 6, I got in front of my class to sing Casey and JoJo All My Life. Yes, I can sing. And I, for whatever reason, couldn't sing that day. I just didn't know how to belt it out. Saw my mom sitting there. felt a lot of pressure, didn't want her to feel disappointed in me. Saw this girl that I really liked sitting there. And suddenly, after a while, everyone started laughing. And I didn't know why they started laughing. And I started to feel really bad. So the more they laughed, the more quiet I got, to the point where the person I was singing with, it was a duet. He started to get louder and louder, and I started to go quieter and quieter, just praying that I could just disappear in that moment. And it wasn't until after the show that I realized that my fly was down. Yeah, my fly was down. It was a black fucking my boxers were white, my trousers were black, and my fly was down, and that's why people were laughing, because the more I got nervous, the more I drew attention to myself, and the more people laughed, the more I withdrew into myself. I had such a fear of being on stage that every time I would think about getting on stage, whether it was for a singing performance or to talk on stage at Penn Dance, I used to get this like, oh no, what if it happens again? For years, I double checked. In fact, I got so paranoid about it. After a while, I stopped wearing anything that even had zips. I was just like, I'm gonna wear track pants. So my point here is, I'm gonna change. Let's change our relationship with that moment. So take yourself back to a moment in your life where something bad happened to you. It probably before the age of 12. It could be a parent who was super disappointed in you. It could have been a stage performance that didn't go how you wanted to. It could be a basketball game where you missed the final shot, whatever. Okay. I want you to go back to that moment as your current self, however old you are. Maybe you're 20 now, maybe you're 30 now, maybe you're 50 now. Okay. I want you to close your eyes, go back to that moment, visualize it. Do it with me. I promise that you're not going to look stupid if someone comes into the room, tell them to fuck off. Close your eyes, think about that moment. You're thinking about that moment. Okay. What are you wearing in that moment? What is you? No, you are wearing what you're wearing right now, but what is childhood you wearing? Whatever childhood you is wearing, note it down. What smells? Do you smell the popcorn in the stands? Do you smell, grease? Do you smell cooking? Do you smell what do you smell? Do you smell potpourri? Like, what do you smell? What do you see? What's the weather like? Attach as many details to this moment. You got to make it visceral. You got to make it real. Okay. Now, as yourself, approach yourself, your younger self. Okay. Now you are in the moment. You are in that moment where you just got scolded, just got hit, just got beat, just got robbed, just missed the game winner, dribbled the ball off your foot, your coach yelled at you, whatever. You got humiliated. Somebody, found out really, spread a rumor about you in school, and now you feeling horrible. Your best friend betrayed you. I don't know what happened. You got cheated on. Whatever happened to you. Now, take a kneel down next to that version of you. You kneel down, keep your eyes closed, kneel down next to that version of you, and observe. Observe that former you. Do they deserve what's happening to them? Probably not. Now ask that person one question. Are you okay? Now ask a follow-up question. What do you need right now? What do you need right now? Someone just made fun of you for having smelly food. Someone just made fun of you for not having cool clothes. Someone just made fun of you for, being fat. Someone outed you. I don't know whatever happened to you in that moment. Just ask your former self, what do you need in this moment? Is it a hug? Is it a meal? What do you need? Do you need a toy? Are you sitting in a toy store right now crying as your mom is like dragging you around saying you don't have enough money for toys? Because that shit happened to me. What is it that you went through, and what do you need right now? Now, whatever little you says they need, unquestionably, whatever they need. Is it a hug? Is it a meal? Is it whatever? Is it a friend? Is it somebody to talk to? Is it, a new toy? Is it some money? Is it new clothes? Whatever it is, sight unseen, give it. Give little you what you needed in that moment. Now open your eyes. Do that shit through various points of your life, and your entire life is going to change. That is my promise to you. That's 5 minutes of a little bit of a, detour away from basketball. But I wanted to say this because, in my humble opinion, this is what separates a Scottie Barnes and a Colin Murray-Boyles from everybody else. Because in this moment, your brain knows this moment is important. Everyone is reading the story. Everyone knows the score. 84-87. We're down. Everybody hears the crowd screaming, anxious. Energy is contagious. You have 20,000 people they've got their hands over their mouth. They are nervous. They're anxious. You're feeding off of that. They're not cheering because you're up 20. They're nervous because you're down 3 and they want you to win. You've got a coach. You've got teammates that look up to you, defend on you. You've got a team on the other end that is experienced. And frankly, I'm sure Scottie Barnes and Colin Murray-Boyles looked up to James Harden. In fact, Colin Murray-Boyles said in the presser the other day, it's one of my favorite players on the other end, and I'm not scared. And he was talking about James Harden. So you got all this pressure. And if you are the type of person that is going to succeed in these moments, if you're not going to be a Chris Webber, if you're going to be a Michael Jordan, if you're going to be a Kobe Bryant, if you're going to be that dude, if you're going to be a Dwayne Wade, if you're going to be an SGA in these moments, your relationship with that pressure is going to be your definition of success or failure. That's it. You're either going to meet this moment with excitement and requisite energy. You're going to have to channel that adrenaline somewhere. And that adrenaline is pumping through your feet, coursing through your veins, in your hands. You feel it. We have a chance to do something incredible here. Shock the world. Tie it up 2-2. Scottie Barnes steps to the line. Swish, swish, steps to the line. Swish, swish, steps to the line. Swish, swish. 6 in a row. Colin Murray-Boyles draws Donovan Mitchell. Instead of getting jumpy, too panicky, he doesn't foul. He stays on feet, stays on balance, and chases him out of bounds and snarls in his face. Killers are born. Killers are made. These two are killers. These two are killers. And Toronto has a very, very bright future with them. Very bright. I'm going to see if I can get to some post game. We don't have any callers today. What is going on here? I'm going to drop the link. Hang on one sec. I would love to hear from some people, man. A conversation is definitely better than a dialogue, or a dialogue is better than a monologue. But here is the call-in link in case I didn't write it in the description. I think I did. But let me just give me one sec here. We do not have the call. We don't have the. What is going on here? We do not have the post games yet. The post games are not up yet. Oh, it is. Okay, cool. We got Scottie Barnes. Okay, so let's get to Scottie Barnes post game.
They just felt comfortable today. Decided to go out there and run. Match our uniforms pretty good.
Yeah, no, right there.
Hey, Scottie. Hey, Scottie. That final possession with CMB guarding Donovan Mitchell, what's going through your head when you see that that's who he's on in the final minute there? Like, and what's your level of confidence that he's going to get the stop there?
CMB's a hell of a defender. We trust him without no stress. I've been just guarding me in preseason, all preseason, and I know how well he guards. So, we were stressing him right there. Also couldn't really see too much of the play because, I was guarding hard as well. So, but, we're going to trust him. We're going to run it down with CMB. He's amazing for us. But defender, our defense it gets better when he's out there on the floor.
Then Michael and John.
Scottie, Darko was just saying that, obviously sings your praise a lot, but he said that you're only 60% of the way to the player that you'll be in a few years. I'm wondering from your perspective, when you have games like you've had over the last couple of games, do you feel as if there is just more that you can tap into your game? And what is that more for you? What's that next level that you think you want?
I don't really know. I'm just trying to win basketball games. I think that's what makes me better. Trying to do whatever it takes to go out there and win the basketball games. And like being a winner, just trying to win, making that effort, trying to make extra efforts, trying to do more than what I can do. It only pushes you and makes you grow. At the end of the day, that's my main focus when I'm out there on the floor. How can I make an impact? How can I win? How can I help someone else? I'm just trying to put it right way.
Michael, John, Marley.
Scott, Darko is obviously very. This team takes after you. This team kind of you're the heartbeat, so to speak. How does this team take after Darko? What about him? It's kind of great that can go win a game like that.
Say that again.
What about him and his character or his approach that creates an environment where guys can go win a game where you shoot 32%?
I think his energy, just his positive energy each and every single day, motivating us every single time, even when we're missing, just constant motivation, constant positive energy, constant trying to push us to get better, focusing on the right things, instilling confidence in every single player. I think that just makes everyone grow.
John, Marley, Lindsay, Chelsea.
Hey, Scottie, congrats. Darko was saying that he feels like your team has a chip on its shoulder, like you guys all feel like you have something to prove. Do you feel that way?
I don't know. I just know we're just trying to go out there and win, taking one possession at a time. That's all we're focusing on, taking one possession at a time. How can they go on a run? How can we go on a run ourselves? What can we do better? How can we focus on keep getting better each and every single day? And we're just enjoying that process. I think that's what makes our bond just so tight. We're just focusing on how can we grow, and we're trying to do it together and find ways of how we can communicate with each other each and every single day while we're on the court, off the court, and just keep growing our bond.
Marley, Lindsay, Chelsea.
Hi, Scottie. I saw you hyping up Brandon Ingram before the game, trying to get him going. He had his best performance of this series. What did you say to him before the game, and what does that mean to the team tonight to have a performance from Brandon?
We know every single night we need him. Just telling him, he's going to be our go-to guy when we go out there on the floor. And just telling him that each and every single time we're out there on the floor. I know he can do it. He knows he can do it. Our whole team has that confidence in him. We love him. We know what he can do when he's out there on the floor and how talented he is. Go out there and be yourself.
Hey, Scott, in the front row, when we talk about impact effort, one possession at a time, can we talk about Jamal Shed and how he impacted the game, specifically even in that play where we dove to get that 8-second count against the Cavs?
Jamal's a smart player. Just being able to make that read, having the clock awareness in that split second to make that read, it shows how smart he is. Him taking out the ball in those two tough situations, one being in the short corner, one being on the sideline with a 7-footer right in front of him. Him being able to make those passes, make those reads, shows his IQ, him staying calm in those moments when it's his first time being there. That just goes to show how good of a player he is and how he helps our team.
Thank you. Last question, Chelsea.
Hey, Scottie. We talk a lot about home court advantage in the playoffs and how that affects a team. How do you think the home court advantage of this arena specifically affects how your team is able to get those late game situations to go your way?
It was great to hear the crowd. The energy was amazing, and I think it just carries on to us. We're energized to go out there and play this game, but they just get more. When it's this style, when it's that much energy, it's obviously going to boost us out there and have an impact on the game.
Thanks, Scott.
Okay. What the hell? Okay. Let's get to first caller, Karen. How are you doing, Karen?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you doing?
And I can hear you too. How about that? I'm doing great. How are you?
I am good. I am really good. I am very excited. We're going to get to Darko Rajakovic in a moment. We're also going to get to Elliot calling in. But how are you feeling about this game? And specifically, what did you think? What were your thoughts like in the fourth quarter as the Raptors were down like 7-8 points?
Oh man, it was tense, but I thought they could do it. I thought they could come back if they could keep their defense as intense as it was. I'll tell you what I was worried about at the end of the first half when Brandon Ingram went on that little run. He scored what, like 8 points in a few minutes?
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, uh-oh, they're going to try to force it to him now. He's going to try to play hero ball, you know? I thought he would try to take over. Like, now I've got it. That's what I was worried about. But then it didn't happen, so that was good.
I think if they're going to guard Brandon Ingram with Sam Merrill, he has to exploit it. Like, because he's not showing up the way that I expected, and probably most people expected him to show up in this series, it's making life very hard for Scottie Barnes right now, right? So now Scottie's getting the assignment of Dean Wade with Jared Allen or Evan Mobley constantly shading. And I think those turnaround jumpers, when they're not going in for Scottie, he's got to get his way to the rim. And it's just really tough. It's tough without the spacing. It's tough when Jacoby's not hitting shots. Obviously, everyone's offense is going to suffer when corner shooters are not going to hit their shots. But if Brandon Ingram cannot exploit Sam Merrill, he is not good enough defensively to play. So I was more or less encouraged when Brandon Ingram went on his little run. And I think the Raptors tried to force it into Ingram early. I had a tweet yesterday where I said, Brandon Ingram is either going to go for 40 or he's going to shoot 4 for 24 or 4 for 23. There is no in between. And he pretty much proved me right today. There was going to be no in between. With Glorilla, his girlfriend, on the sideline, you knew he was going to go out gunning. And I didn't hate most of the shots he took, but he needs to be a lot better for sure. And hopefully, you know, he can look at this and just say, look, I have played terribly for 4 straight games. We're tied in this series. If I play even reasonably for the next 3, we're going to win this series. I think the Raptors have to stop thinking right now about, let's try to make this a close series. Let's try to be competitive. And let's start actually thinking about, wait, it's best 2 out of 3 right now. The first team to 2 wins. So this is just going to, you know, it's the good thing is the Raptors don't play again until Wednesday. The bad thing is the next game is in Cleveland. So this could go down to 7. This could easily go down to 7. But if I'm the Raptors, I'm thinking 6. I want to close this out in Toronto, which means game 5 becomes a must win to me.
That'd be something. Wow.
Yeah.
Were you surprised they didn't play more Jamison Battle?
I think the Cavaliers slept on Jamison Battle in game 3, and it allowed Jamison to get going. Most of his shots were pretty much wide open. When they closed the gap to him, because there are still so many weak shooters out there, I think it doesn't produce enough. He played 9 minutes. He took 1 shot. He produced 0 points. So I think you go with it as long as you can. I appreciated the look that AJ Lawson got. AJ is a really good athlete. He provides speed that this team simply does not have apart from him. And I'm kind of indifferent, honestly, at this point. If you get down big in game 5, I wouldn't even mind trying out Grady Dick. I keep thinking like Grady might be, you know, surprise contributor in this series at some point. But yeah, I think I'm relieved to see Jakob Poeltl finally, you know, break double digits, score 10 points. You know, he does have a size advantage on Jared Allen whenever he wants it. So I just think the more players that can get going, the easier down the stretch it's going to be for Scottie, Ingram, and RJ Barrett, especially now without Immanuel Quickley. You don't have that 4th player on the court who can really stress the defense out. So it's going to be a dogfight, but, you know, I'm proud of the Raptors for sure. Any closing thoughts?
Just one. How about having some more women call in?
Having more women call in, that would be amazing. I would like to think that we have a ton of women who are in our community. I know that because I see the super chats. Shout outs to, let's see, we got one that I did not bring up, Miriam. Yeah. I mean, you know, we've got a ton of women in this community. I think there was one time that a woman called in and everyone started making fun of her room or something. And then I think it kind of just, yeah, it was really weird. I really hated that, you know? So I think women in sports spaces always face a weird uphill battle. I've seen that a lot. And I really hope that this is a community that isn't the case. And I think I've banned enough people that now if a woman calls in, we will not get those like weird responses. You know, so yeah, thank you so much for calling in, Karen. I know you've tried before, and I hope you do it again.
Success this time. Thanks, Rob.
Success. Cheers. Okay, let's go to Darko Rajakovic. I do want to get to a couple of these super chats. Teddy Hart said, if y'all win this series, I believe you beat Orlando, assuming they upset Detroit and reach the Eastern Conference Finals. If anyone not named Boston is waiting for you there, y'all have a shot. A lot of ifs, but it's not a stretch. Shout outs to Teddy Hart, a big super chatter, a very frequent super chatter over in the Players' Choice forums. Thank you so much. Appreciate you for messaging here. I will be on Players' Choice, I believe, on Tuesday. I don't know what my schedule is going to be like. They should book me for Monday just so I can do the victory laps that I really want to do. Because let's just be honest, when the Raptors won Game 3, everyone's like, yeah, we all knew y'all were going to get one. But now the Raptors have won 2. And I feel like it's a little bit different now. Can we listen to the post games today? We will. We will listen to Darko Rajakovic momentarily, and then we will get to Elliot right after. The homie Nick, the $20 Canadian super chat. Thank you very much for this. Things I wanted this year: quality playoff experience for our roster and for the average NBA fan to see Scottie perform on a big stage. Check and check. This Cavs team is very beatable, though. I actually think the Raps got this. It will take better shooting. It will take better shooting than this. Red Salute, 5-hour post-game live stream incoming. I don't know if it'll go 5 hours, but I certainly hope it goes past 2. Cast2929 said, Rob, pour out a glass of scotch. I don't have scotch. Does anyone want to send me scotch? Because I will happily pour one out. Best YMCA Raw Milk Man 69. What a name. What a name, man. Best YMCA Rec League game I've ever watched. Yikes. Okay. I'm going to get to Darko Rajakovic right now, and then we are going to get to Elliot, who is calling in. Give me 1 second here. Okay.
That was a rock fight of the game, a lot of intensity. What does it say about this team that they're able to pull out wins like this in a grinded out effort?
And we talked about before the game, after every game, that every game is different, right? Last game we were able to score 126 points. We don't have any prejudice that next game is going to be this way or that way. We're just going to prepare to execute the best we can on both ends of the floor, and stamina from our team that we continue guarding, even when on offensive side we could not make wide open shot or a layup. Speaks a lot about the character of the team and togetherness of this team, you know. And our huddles, our timeouts, they were awesome, you know. And they're at the point that players are doing the most of the talking. Scottie encouraging guys and focus on the next play and forget the previous one and just like staying present, staying in the moment is what got us to win tonight against this game, game 4.
Let's go to Joseph, then Eric, and then Scott.
Darko, you've had high praise for Scottie basically since you arrived in Toronto, even before some of the accolades he actually gained. You know, the way you spoke about his stature in the league. Is this version of him that we're seeing now the player that you envisioned even back then when you had that high praise for him?
No. I expect more from Scottie. Scottie's going to bring more. Scottie right now, the way he's playing, he's at 60% of a player that he's going to be in 2-3 years. Scottie's going to be one of the best players in the league, and he's already one of the best players in the league. But how much he cares about winning, it's pushing him forward to do whatever it takes to win a game. That's what makes him so special. So I expect him to continue getting better and improving.
So Eric, and then Scott, and then over to Michael Grange.
Congrats on the win, Darko. I believe that was the lowest shooting percentage in any win since the merger. I'm tempted to ask you whether beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Instead, I'll ask you, was this sort of the foremost evidence of the possession by possession attitude you've wanted to instill in your team?
Absolutely, Eric. I think that was evident. You know, it's the grind and the fight that we had, and attention to detail, and rebounding the ball, and everything like taking care of the ball, all the stuff that we preach night in and night out that came out to win the game tonight. And we just never flinched. We continue just guarding, and we did not shoot the ball. I told our guys at the halftime that it's awesome. You're shooting at the halftime. We're shooting 27% of the field, 15% of the 3-point line, and I was lying. I told them that we're going to shoot better in the second half. We did not. They'll leave that for the next game, but whatever it takes, just find a way to win the game.
Scott and then Michael.
Hey, Darko. Obviously, you just had a lot of praise for Scottie on the court. I'm curious about his leadership and what you've seen out of him this year, because it seems like he's really made a leap. And I'm just curious, what you've seen from him this year, but also, in these last few weeks, leading up to the playoffs for the first year.
Scottie is an amazing friend, amazing father, amazing son, amazing teammate, amazing human being. I think we talked about pre-game about Scottie, and then I think that the biggest thing about him is his heart, how much he cares about other people, how much he cares about his teammates, how much he cares about his organization. And it's my absolute privilege to work with a human being like Scottie Barnes.
So we'll go to Michael and then back to Josh and then to Jamal.
Darko, we use the word like ready for a win like that. Obviously, what would be the Serbian equivalent to describe a game like that, a win like that as a concept?
And the word that we use is enough, and it does not have much to do with grit. It's proving everybody wrong in despite of, and just like that's the state of our team. All of our guys, they have a chip on the shoulder. They're coming every single day to put extreme work in and really to play for this city. So I would use that word enough.
So we're going to go to Josh, who's all the way.
Inat means like defiant pride, courage. That's what it means. Great question. Great response. Shout outs.
Back over to Coach on your right, and Jamal and then Samson. Go ahead, Josh.
Hey, Darko. RJ leads the league in fourth quarter scoring in the playoffs. I think he had another 8 points tonight. I mean, obviously he's been great in this series in general, but how have you seen him take his game to another level when you guys have been on the most before?
I did not know that stat. There are so many stats out there. The best player wearing yellow shoes on Tuesday night in the playoffs. There are so many stats out there. What I'm seeing, what it's evident with a clear eye is how much he cares about this team and how much he wants to win, and how much he wants to do it for his city and for Canada. So, whatever it takes, he's gonna take it to another level when in the playoffs. Like we were seeing that. I'm happy that he's doing a good job in the fourth quarter, because that's what we need him to do.
So Jamal and then Samson.
Just after those first two games in Cleveland, where you guys lost. And
Yeah,
what
there's the voice again. I cannot focus, man.
Just what do you think just allowed you guys to stay together and respond just the way you guys had these past two games after losing the first two?
It's nothing to do with the playoffs, or nothing to do with the playoff run. It's chemistry that those guys are building all year round. In off season, in training camp, and honest conversations that we're having with each other, and hard conversations we're having with each other. So all of that matters. All of this is a part of the journey. All of this is a part of like a bigger picture. And our guys staying together, through ups and downs is something that's special for this team.
And then just again, the defense on Harden and Mitchell, what stands out to you, the way you guys are contesting them and making them uncomfortable?
Our guys, they put a lot of work. Like obviously those two guys are amazing scorers. James Harden is, in my mind, in my opinion, he's already Hall of Famer. Donovan Mitchell is on the same path to be a Hall of Famer. And it takes a lot of work, a lot of teamwork, a lot of discipline, a lot of effort to be able to slow down those guys.
Last question to Samson at the very back.
It seemed like over the first two games, you mentioned the Hall of Famers or future Hall of Famers that are coming. So much of the tension around stopping was on those guys. But what you guys have really done past two games is, seems like a lot of the tension is stopping Brandon and Scottie. The wings have really entered this series. How much work has it taken from your team to shift it from a conversation about guards and bigs into, it seems like, wings have defined these past two games?
It really comes down to what it takes to win the game, and our guys are that way that they're going to do whatever it takes to help a team. And sometimes that means, they're going to take away certain things from a player, and that's going to open up something else for everybody else, and on the offensive side, it never comes down that everybody has equal opportunities. You have different hierarchy on offensive side. On the defensive side, it really comes down to everybody has to contribute. Everybody has to be part of the equation to be able to stop them, to know their tendencies, to know what they're trying to take away. I thought we played a good game defensively tonight. I still believe there's more for us that we can, continue improving on.
Thanks very much, Coach.
Thank you.
Here's your apology form for Scottie Barnes. You can sign this, send it to your boy Scottie.
Quality of basketball.
Absolutely.
Seems to be
Okay. Let's get to Elliot. Elliot, man, what is up? How are you doing? And pull this shit off.
Rob, can you hear me? Is everything okay?
Yes, I can. How you doing, Elliot?
I'm doing well. And again, shout out to you and the community that you built here. You are the best. Repeat,
Appreciate
the
that.
best Raptor channel on YouTube. Keep killing them at the panel. Those guys are punking you, and you are fighting back with flying colors. So, sir, keep giving them hell. Keep giving them hell. They don't want to see you coming. They really don't want to see you coming, especially after this series. And shout out to you in this community. I think that positive reinforcement with regards to how to deal with pressure was amazing. So again,
Are you a soccer coach?
I was, yes.
Okay, so one of your former players is here in the chat.
Oh, there you go.
Apex, you said, "Oh my God, Elliot was my soccer coach growing up." Shout outs to you, man. And also, it's so funny. Did you catch the thing that I did with Cheap Seats?
I did Cheap Seats. What was that again? Sorry.
That was like 2 days ago. We did a conversation with Cheap Seats. So somebody messaged me and she sent me a picture of Mark, who is Cheap Seats. And
Okay.
she sent me a picture of Mark coaching her son currently. She's like, this is like 2 days ago. He was coaching my son, and now he's up here. I love how many coaches, players, like, again, shout outs to all our community. There's 14,000 subscribers. I don't know all of you. I've only met a few, but the people I meet, the people that keep calling in, y'all are coaches, y'all are trainers, y'all are athletes. I love this community. I love this community. I got goosebumps saying this. I love this community for what it is. I am so happy I've banned as many people as I have to cleanse the shit out of this community to the point where it is just the people who want to support this team, who know basketball, who understand sports, and most importantly, perhaps above all else, respect athletes.
Indeed. Well, again, it is a credit to you for doing such great things, and to your mods getting rid of all the riffraff who are literally here just to troll and spew nonsense. And shout out to my man. Listen, I found out one of my kids is now a doctor, studying to be a doctor these days. So again,
Oh, that's awesome.
That is awesome.
That's got to be amazing, man. Like,
Yeah.
Like to pour into the youth is such a beautiful thing. I used to do lectures at high schools for at-risk kids, and I would very honestly get on stage and be like, "Yo, this is what I was doing when I was your age. You can turn this shit around." A couple of those kids would email me and say, "Can I stay in touch?" They would continue to stay in touch, and they would ask me about certain things. Hey, I'm going to McMaster this year. I'm going to Waterloo. What should I do with my major and this and that? Always kept in touch. This is now 18 years later. Those kids are now having kids. They're having kids. They've graduated. They just got a new job at TD Waterhouse. And I'm just like, oh, this is amazing. I used to tutor kids, and watching those kids graduate, even like as Facebook friends, watching that, man, that's so beautiful. I love it. I love it. And that's, honestly, like what Darko said about Scottie, just being like a good person, pouring into, the way those young kids used to talk about DeMar, how Norman talked about DeMar, how Fred talked about DeMar. That was my vet. As much of an issue as we can have about DeMar as a player, DeMar as a playoff player, you never have an issue about DeMar the person, DeMar the teammate. And that's how you build culture. It's through a leader who invests in his teammates.
Absolutely.
So important. So shout outs to you for investing in the youth, man. That is the best use of your time.
Yeah, it is. It all started from my nephew coming into my space and give me a call and saying, "Listen, I need a coach. I don't have a coach for my team." And I said, "I don't know what's going to be, a drag on my time." But actually, it became the highlight of my week. And to all those who come back to me year on year, telling me, "Oh, coach, you changed my life. Oh, coach, can I stay in touch? Oh, coach, can you?" We still remember you and the good times that we shared. It's a joy. It really is a joy. It really is a joy. But rounding into this game, shout out to Darko Rajakovic. Is it me, or is he rounding him? Is he becoming now this confident NBA coach who is now really, coming into his own, and he knows this is his team. He knows what timeouts to take. He knows what rotations to put in there. Shout out to Darko. Darko's doing a hell of a job out there, especially when things were getting rough, especially when we were down 7 in the fourth. You saw Darko just working. It's okay. Let me, and he really just went down the line on this checklist. Okay, I need this rotation, move this player, this out, this play. And it was a magnificent coaching job.
Yeah, I think so much of coaching, as you would know, certainly, I don't know, because I never coached. One day I'll coach. One day I will coach. One day I'm gonna take that calling and I'm gonna be like, okay, it's time to be a basketball coach. But it's so much about you and your nerves, your composure. Team can't be looking at you and you're freaking out on the sideline, down 2, down 3, down 4. You're bitching about every single call. That energy transfers. And I really liked how Darko was just one play at a time. Everything was one play at a time, right? We make a mistake. I don't see him holding his head, being like, oh no, I can't believe this. No, Brandon Ingram turnover, no response. Next play. And I think so much of these high leverage moments in basketball are going to come down to one possession at a time. And too many people live in the past. They make a mistake, and then the next time down, they're still thinking about that mistake. Getting used to that next play mentality. Do you remember that? You remember that play where Donovan Mitchell airballed?
Yes.
That 3, and the camera panned to him. He looked like he just made the shot.
Yeah. Well, that's arrogance mixed with confidence, and sometimes it's a bad concoction. And
it can be, but like the last thing you want to see if you're a Cavs teammate of his after he airballs is him looking defeated.
Yeah.
Right. And too often, sometimes when Scottie misses a couple, he starts to look really frustrated. This is going to be the growth for him. What do you think of Darko's quote that like this is only 60% of Scottie? Where do you think Scottie's at?
You know what? I say this wholeheartedly, full-throated. I think he's handing in his application for top 10 player in the NBA. If he wins this series, I think he's a legit top 10 player in this league. No doubt about that. The world would have seen what he can do. If he can carry us through the Cavaliers, definitely see him as one of the top 10 players in the NBA. And he's on his way to top 5. That's how good he is. He needed a platform. He needed a stage where the world could see him what he could do. Because everybody said, 30. I saw he went on the panel. He's 40th. He's 50. Yeah, okay. I literally laughed out loud to say, you must be joking. This man is way better than you ever think he was, and he's not. And getting back to your question, yeah, he is 60% of what he really is. He's not there yet. He literally is. He doesn't have his his jump shot set yet. His 3-point shot just yet. But once he does, because he can dominate the post. He literally can dominate the post, and he's probably one of the top 5 defenders in the NBA right now. I say, without question, if he wins this series, he's a top 10 player in the NBA. I'll say that right now.
I've been fighting for Scottie deserves to be in these conversations. Now, I've never necessarily put him over a lot of people, but I put him over people that people thought he had no business being over. People like Cade, Paolo, Chet. I've put him over those guys. I've put him over 41-year-old LeBron, although LeBron is really, really doing a great job in these
Oh,
playoffs
yeah.
and really making me rethink
A real
everything.
renaissance. Yep. Mhm.
Absolutely. I've put him over, I've put him over players, Jalen Brunson, Tyrese Maxey. I've put him over a lot of players that people are not willing to put him over. But the other day, I was on the panel and I asked Jordan point blank, is he better than Brandon Ingram? He said no. That's where I say there is something very, very wrong with how people see him. And I've talked to Brian about this going back 2 years. We're always talking about, like, where is Scottie right now? Where is Scottie right now? I want to say like a year ago, Brian said he was at like a 25%. I don't think he's at 60%, bro. I think he's closer to like 40% right now.
Okay.
And
I can see it. I could see it. Where is his improvement points? Where do you think he'll only get better?
Composure, refinement, footwork, strength. He's gonna get stronger.
He'll get
ball handling, jump shooting, defense, composure, emotionally. And sometimes he gets way too high, way too low, way too often.
Yeah.
I think the defense can improve. Believe it or not, I think the defense can improve. I think the conditioning can improve a lot.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, he can. He can get stronger. Absolutely.
I mean, even like the fatigue, levels.
Endurance level. Yeah, endurance. I get it.
I think maybe at some point he'll be stronger than he is right now, but 5 pounds lighter. I don't think he needs to be 245. I think he's going to find in his prime that 237 is the perfect place for him to be, and he should stay there. I don't think he needs to be 250, 245. He just keeps bulking up to get stronger, and I appreciate him getting stronger. I think the craft, like sometimes he'll get in the post and he'll do this like pump fake.
Yeah.
No, that can get a lot better. I think the dribble manipulation, deception, playing with the defender on his foot, playing off of 2 feet, the left hand, there's so many things that can get better. But when he does get better, that stride length, wingspan, athleticism, strength, that is going to give him clear pockets of space. And some of these fadeaways that he's hitting on the baseline, some of these fadeaways, like he had 5 or 6 mid-range shots in the last game.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Like that stuff is unstoppable. When he goes to it, that's very Kawhi. But unlike Kawhi, as you saw today, you can't double him. Kawhi, you can double. He won't see it. This guy, you can't double. You can't triple. If you blitz him, and you can't cover him single coverage because they've got Dean Wade and Evan Mobley. If I had to design a front court to guard Scottie Barnes, it would be something like that. Like a good rim protector, a second good rim protector, and a really good, wing defender with a lot of size and a lot of strength in Dean Wade. I mean, how can you get better than this? Victor Wembanyama and Steph Castle, maybe, and Carter Bryant in his prime. Okay, that's a little bit better. But honestly, if you have to go to the level where you have to design a game plan to stop a guy where you need 2 to 3 like top 25 defenders, we really are in top 10 player talks.
Yeah.
It's great.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I listen. I saw that when he had that breakaway when he literally went from baseline to baseline, and no one could stop him. I said that if that happens more regularly, that's a top 5 player right there. When everybody wanted to get out of his way because Evan Mobley made a business decision. He said, "Nope, I'm not getting out of the way. Not getting in the way of that. That's a runaway freight train."
That elevation on that final dunk when he just he went up, Jared Allen went up, and he went up. Jared Allen's like, "You got it, bro. You got it. I don't have anywhere else to go up.
Yeah,
you keep going up. I'm gonna have to foul you."
Yeah,
he doesn't foul him. That's a poster.
That's a poster. Yeah, it is a poster.
So when I think about Scottie, there's so many games where it feels like he's going about 45% athleticism, 45%. And he's conserving energy. He's a huge human being. He can't go full sprint all the time.
Yeah.
But there is a gear that he can go to where it is absolutely unstoppable.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing that can stop him. And at this point, I'm excited about this offseason for him, regardless of what happens in this series. I'm super excited because now that he has tasted this level of success, there's no questioning what you can do in this moment. You went up against a team that a lot of people have pegged to go to the championship round, and you gave them everything they could handle. They've given you every look they can. They can't stop you with any one of their defenders. You get into the gym. You, like I said this after Jason Tatum won a championship for the first time.
Mm.
And I said this, he's going to be in the gym tomorrow. Because there's certain people, and I'm sure you know this as a coach.
Yep.
There's certain people when they have a good game, they go out and party, they rest in their laurels. Next game, they come in bloated, arrogant, and slow.
Yeah.
There's another guy where he hits that game-winning goal or that game-winning shot, and he's the last one to leave because he's like, oh, now that I can do this, let me go do more.
Yeah.
I think Scottie is the let me go do more type. And
Yeah.
right now, he's seeing a pathway to, I can take my team out of the East. I can compete for a championship next year.
Yeah.
And it's on me to work. He already has a track record of hard work, regardless of what the media wants to say. He's a hard worker. I know the people around him. He is insanely hard worker. I think every player on this team is going to take this and they're going to be like, let's go and work as hard as humanly possible. I can't wait to see what this team is going to be next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I see his arch nemesis team. If he could be considered like, he's not that way anyways, but if he could be seated like anyone, you think Jordan against the Pistons in the late night, where he literally like, and I compare Detroit Pistons to the New York Knicks, because every time he's against the Knicks, he has a problem. It is that iron sharpens iron team that he needs to load up against and do better. I think he can handle the Detroit on his day, but New York has always posed a problem to him. And I think it's because they're big, they're lengthy, they have OG, they have these sort of long defenders who can contain the likes of a Scottie Barnes, and it's up to him to get that strength level up, that endurance levels up, so that he can face that. He can look at them and saying, "I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of anybody in this conference at all."
I think so much of how the Knicks have been able to guard him is by backing off of him, and now it's so different because they're giving you 4 feet, 5 feet, 6 feet of space. So now you have to attack them when they're backing off.
Yeah.
As opposed to when they're closing the distance because they respect you as a jump shooter.
Yeah.
Now you just need one step to get past them. When a team backs off of you 3-4 feet, you need 2-3 steps. And you're not going to get 2-3 steps on OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges with Mitchell Robinson in the paint and Josh Hart poking at your dribble with no spacing. So I think whatever happens in the series, I keep saying whatever happens because the Raptors can win this series. It's best of 3 right now.
Yes, they can.
Whatever happens in this series, get a stretch big, get better shooters, swap out some of your defensive liabilities so you don't have to work that hard defensively. And next year we could be looking at 24, 25 points per game, first team All NBA. Yeah. And now, what are they going to say now? You know, in the famous words of Steph Curry and soon after Jason Tatum, what are they going to say now? You know, but for him to show up in this moment, everybody knows what you can and cannot do. They've looked at all your game film. Right now, this is them trying their best. You at your best, them at their best, them with all the game plan, them with 4 games, and you just keep getting better and better in this series.
Yeah. Absolutely. And listen, it's a huge billboard to his skills, especially stateside. Rarely do people see him. That's why they rate him so low, like on the panel. It's like, oh, he's top 30. Oh, he's top 40. That's absolute garbage. You needed a series like this. And if he takes it past the Cavs, there'll be a newfound respect for him. Absolutely. And again, I think you're right about 45%. I think he has ways to climb, and I know his coach, who know well, will add those little pieces to his game. That's one thing about Scottie that's very, very good. He always comes back with something new, and he will do it again. He will do it again, and again, it is. I think Masai's second last gift to us. The final one was CMB. That was his last gift. See here, I'll give you CMB now.
Absolutely. And these two together is a defensive master. Like this in this game, when those two were together, it was a completely different game. It's when those two went off, one of them went off, that the Cavaliers got a little bit of steam, right? But when those two were on the court, everything was shut down defensively. And so much of what Scottie and CMB have been able to do offensively is overshadowing the impact they have had defensively.
Yeah.
They have been dogs defensively.
Oh,
so
incredible.
you know, like shout outs to people who've supported these two. I think the future is so much brighter. It's great for Colin Murray-Boyles to get this kind of rep. As much as I feel about Scottie Barnes, like the way I feel about Scottie as a guy that I trust in big games, a guy that I trust cares about the right stuff, a guy that pours into his teammates, a guy that I trust to work, be better in the future, to develop on his weaknesses, to not rest on his laurels. I trust CMB exactly the same. Same.
He's going to be a star. He is going to be such a star. He just has to work on his offensive game a bit, but defensively, he's a defensive savant. This kid, you can't teach what he knows already. The way he defended Donovan Mitchell wow. That is just either you got it or you don't. At this point in his career, either you got it or you don't. Some people have to be taught that. He just realized, oh, you're going up. You're trying to get me foul. Okay, fine. I'll back out, let you have the shot, and do your worst, buddy. And he was just like, and that, you know, that exultation when he gave Donovan Mitchell, when he went into the crowd, say, yeah, try that again. Try it. I'll be right here waiting for you. That is amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. And the future is bright, especially for this and this defense. My final question is, this defense, I think it's reaching 2019, I think 2020 levels now. 2019, in the sense, okay, listen, we had Kawhi here, but I think 2020 version was actually better than the 2019 version. Especially in that Boston series. That series was, as good as the Raptors get in terms of defense all time. And they are reaching those levels defensively. Today
Which is hard to do because you had Serge, Mark, OG, Fred, and Kyle. And the year before, you had Danny and Kawhi, plus those guys.
Yes.
I don't think people remember this. Who did we replace Kawhi with?
That was with, good question.
Patrick McCaw? No, Patrick McCaw was on the championship team. Who the fuck was it? Who was it? Who was it? Stanley Johnson? Stanley Johnson. Yes. Shout outs. It was Stanley Johnson. Who couldn't play. And also, oh my God, Rondae Hollis Jefferson.
Yeah.
That's who replaced Kawhi Leonard. So, okay. This team has so many defensive liabilities. It's not even funny. Okay. Right. And the fact that they are this good is a testament to how great Scottie, the doggedness on ball with Jamal and you know, Jamal's another guy. Like, I understand people are looking at his shooting percentages the last 2-3 games and saying, why is this guy playing? I promise you he's winning his minutes. Like, through defense, passing, and just dog impact effort, scrapping, doing it. I trust jump shots to improve, man. I know we've been burned a few times, and some jump shots have gone the other way.
That jump shot, man. We couldn't score in a pond. God damn, it was wow.
Yeah, but
it's our defense that brought us here. So
our defense has brought us here. We are top 5 defense. We haven't been a top 5 defense in the playoffs so far. I think as our defense has gotten better, we were able to withstand a shooting performance like this. So look, after last game, I said, you're not going to shoot 61% from 3. I didn't know we are going to shoot 13% from 3. I thought it might fall to 28, 32%. You know, the funny thing, you shoot 32% from 3 in this game, you blow them out.
Yeah, you. Yeah.
Like you would have blown them right out of the water if you just shot season average 35%. But no, we go all the way to the other extreme. This is the lowest shooting percentage since the shot clock, since the play-by-play era of a team in a winning game. And I had people in our PC group chat, you know, Ox and Chill, saying, I'm turning this shit off. And I'm sitting there like, nah, bro, this is my type of game. Like, this is dog defense.
This is playoff basketball. This is playoff basketball. This is what you get from the elite team.
This is prison basketball. This is prison basketball.
Yeah.
This is Adam Sandler in the longest yard, you know, just getting beat the shit out of. Like, I mean, guys are getting held. They're getting like completely obliterated at the rim.
Yeah, the refs kept their whistles in their pockets today. They really they let them get away with a lot today. A whole lot.
Absolutely.
But the Raptors persevered, and you know what? Shout out to them. Credit to them. We're winning respect throughout the league. Just win this one series, as you were saying in a previous telecast. Get through this one series; it'll be so good for their development. They'll really, even if they lose the next series, they'll be so great for their development. They'll come back hungrier, stronger, more confident, more resolute. Just if they can win this one series, this is the start of something big.
Yeah, I think so. I think if this team can, keep it together, just, stay together, continue to do what they did this offseason. I mean, all the work that this team did this offseason, people don't recognize it, but that was amazing. Like what this team was able to do, like you don't get this kind of buy-in from most teams, like to stay together to do mini camps and in Texas and Spain and, to stay together. They got such a head start. They won those 9 games early. That's a big part of why they're even in this 5-4 matchup. And look, if they get out of this series, it's Orlando or Pistons in the next one. And it's like those teams are not playing great. You might go home, but it'll be
not as good as the Raptors now. They're not as good as the Raptors right now. They are not.
I don't think the Pistons are playing as well as even the Cavaliers. And I mean, if you can beat the Cavaliers, you can beat anyone but Boston here. So, and even against Boston, who knows? Injuries can happen. I mean, my God, like let's go to the finals. Let's shock the world. Let's beat Indiana. It's probably not going to happen. Fine, it's probably not going to happen. I wouldn't bet on it to happen, but if it does happen, what a beautiful thing. And at that point, like we're not going to talk about. Look, man. I'm gonna tell you this, Elliot. If the Raptors make it to the finals, we are not talking about Scottie Barnes top 10. We talking about Scottie Barnes top 5. Okay?
Top 5
right away.
Top 5.
And he'll be the first top 5 player in NBA history to have his trainer come on this show and be like, "Nah, this is like 40%."
Yeah,
this is like 40%.
He's about 5 years away from top 5 right now, but if he wins this series, he's top 10 easy. Easy. And whatever the panels say, you can just laugh at them because quite simply, they have nothing else to say back to that. Nothing. The stats show it. He's literally one of the top 3 defenders in the NBA, one of the top 5 all-round players in the NBA. Listen, Charles Barkley sings his praises to the rafters, and people say, "Oh no, it's Scottie. Oh, he lives." No. He is amazing business, and he's only going to get better. He is really only going to get better, and he is the reason why we are here today. But shout out to Brandon Ingram. Listen, Brandon could have mailed it in today, but you know what? He played defense. Guess what? He played defense in crucial times. So there's buy-in. There's buy-in.
Did you catch what Kevin Garnett said about Scottie Barnes?
I did. He highly rates Kevin Garnett. Highly rates Scottie Barnes. Absolutely, he loves Scottie Barnes.
To the people who didn't catch it, here's what he said.
Motherfuckers, they 4 and 5 for a reason. All year, it was consistent. You feel me? And they got a superstar over there that don't nobody really give him superstar. Man, Scottie Barnes, I done seen him take the game over, go guard the best player, switch everything. Like he just
get the block.
Man, he got an IQ, but here, take it full court. You don't stop here, put it on your head, come back down, try to steal it. Like I love young fella, man, and he don't get enough praise, bro. You know what I'm saying? He the North, man. Motherfuckers, they 4 and 5.
Okay. Brian has chimed in and he has said 90s basketball, good dub, CMB crazy. 5 years away is insane. Yeah, I don't think he's 5 years away. I think he's about 2 years away. But Brian, let him know. Darko said 60%. You have said 15, 25%. We've been on 15, 25, 30. What is the number, my man? Please let him know. Brian, what is the number? Is it 40%? Is it 50%? Is it 35%? Let him know. You know best, man. We just here. You know the number. What is the number? The people would like to know. What is the number?
I love to know the number. I love to know the number.
Someone saying salute Brian. Tariq saying KG no ball. Tony Allen no ball too. Yeah. Look, man, like there is such a divide. I gotta say, there's such a divide between people who understand basketball and people who don't.
Thank you.
I know every single time I say it, people really, really call me a pretentious douchebag. I really don't care. I know when I talk to people who actually coach this game, and when they see Scottie, and you don't even need to coach a Division I, Division II. Like you coach like high level AAU, high school, whatever. Like as long as you are really in the trenches playing at a high level, I'm not talking like coaching grade 5, grade 6. I'm talking like actually coaching at a decent level, competitive, where you have to draw up game plans, where you have to study the game. People who study the game deeply. I've never met a person who studies this game deeply who has anything but praise to say about Scottie. Never heard it. I actually don't know anyone who studies this game deeply who's ever had anything to say about anything negative to say about CMB either. So, like there's a weird Twitter culture, I gotta say. Twitter hot takes culture where people like this guy got to be better than this guy. This sort of weird one, like if Jalen Duren has 9 points, they'd be like, oh, Jalen Duren dropping the bag. It's like there's no reflection as to why he's having a bad series. It's the same thing with Giannis. Like if Giannis doesn't have, like when the Raptors walled up Giannis, why, how? I mean, first of all, you had one of the greatest defenses of all time. Let's shout out to the Raptors defense. No credit given to the Raptors defense. No, Giannis is dropping the ball. What the fuck does Giannis have to do with Eric Bledsoe in the corner?
Oh my gosh, man. No, I don't know. Listen, it's because they don't see them at 11 p.m. in the States on SportsCenter, and they're not it. That's just it.
There's your response. Probably like 40 to 45%. He finding a way to get it done. There's so much room for growth.
Okay.
And if we backtrack about, I want to say about 20 minutes, what did I say? I said, I think Brian would disagree. It's about 40%. I think I might have said 35%.
You said 40. You said 40. You said 40.
I said 40.
You said 40%. Okay. I think you said 40%. 40%.
There we go. So Darko is wrong. No offense, Darko Rakovic, you great, but you're wrong. It's not 60%. It's 40%. And I mean, honestly, I can see it. Like, look, man, like there's certain players where you're just like, look, I remember watching Michael Jordan going back because MJ was one of my dad's favorite players. And I remember, we used to have these VHS tapes with Arvydas Sabonis, Tony Kukoc. We had a lot of players, tons and tons of VHS. Yep. My dad was a sicko for that kind of shit. And we had a closet. This is one of my favorite this is one of my favorite early memories. We had a closet, and the top shelf of that entire closet was VHS tapes. Jordan, Detroit, Larry Bird, Lakers, all these things. And anytime I had a chance, I would just put one of those tapes in and just watch, right? And I remember watching Michael Jordan, even as a 5-6-year-old, going back and watching some of his stuff. And of course, like in the present time, I'm also watching Michael Jordan in 92, 93, and I'm seeing the player he became. But even in 85, he was unstoppable.
Yeah.
But there were so many he's scoring 63 points, and you're like, man, if he ever figures out how to manipulate the double team or whatever. So I mean, I'm like, even in those moments, so much of it is skill, so much of it is talent. When skill and talent combine, you get greatness, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was very, very talented. Going back to like year 2, year 3, you could see the talent. You'd have to be blind not to see it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
But now there's a command. In the last 16 games that Shai has played, you want to venture a guess how many shots he's missed in the fourth quarter?
I'd say you can count them on one hand. There it is.
He's missed one shot in the last 16 games in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Because Shai does that thing that all great players do. It's the same thing that Michael did. It's the same thing that Kobe did. It's the same thing that Magic did. It's the same thing that Bird did. It's the same thing Jokic does. It's the same thing that Shaq does. He gets to a spot.
Yes, to a spot. There it is. And that's one thing that Scottie needs, just to he needs to find his spot. Once he finds a spot, it's over.
I think right now, Scottie can get to his spot, but not at command. There's always a place where he'll pick up his dribble a little too high. There'll be a place in transition where, the defense is sagging left, and it's just a simple manipulation left, cross back to the right, go right down middle. Kobe would do it. And in the same situation, sometimes when I'm watching Scottie, I'm like, I'm watching him and I'm like, I know where he's going to be, but let me see this moment, freeze it. Defense is angling left.
Right.
You need to cross back right. That's exactly what Giannis would do in the situation. That's what Jokic would do in the situation. That's what Kevin Garnett or anyone who has got a little bit more polish than you would do in the situation. What does Scottie do? He picks up his dribble. Picks up his dribble because that handle, while much better, way better than it was year 1, year 2, year 3, or 4, he's not comfortable enough to do that in tight spaces. Or, even like that Donovan Mitchell, bring it over, with that one hand wrap, dribble over, Euro into the basket, put it in. He's not comfortable doing that. But that's just reps.
That is reps. That is reps.
You gotta get into the gym. You gotta practice like at game speed with blitzing defenders coming at you, at full intensity. And then it's just a matter of like, okay, we can do this. So it's just like, I look back at Scottie workout tapes from high school, seen a lot of them, college, and I'm seeing like year 1, year 2. There was like a lot of work done with, Brian, but also another trainer after year 1. And it's just like, you're seeing him go through these dribble combinations and he's on another planet, right? Yes. Like he's thinking like, okay, we got this, then we're gonna step back and then go back right. This skill work, honestly, it just allows you to navigate to your spots. You find creative ways to get to your spot. Donovan Mitchell always gets to a spot. James Harden always gets to a spot. LeBron James always gets to a spot. Kevin Durant, master of winning his spot and getting to his spot. And then the final thing that Scottie really needs to figure out right now is energy.
Yeah.
The amount of energy that he uses, I think about 40% of it is wasted just trying to bump and grind his way to spots.
Yeah, exactly.
When he becomes the player that I think he's going to become, he's going to win those spots like way easier. There's going to be easier ways to get to those spots. It's not going to take 22 dribbles and 2, 3, 4, 5 bumps. It's going to be okay, pass, seal, one dribble, 2 dribble, boom, done. That is going to change the equation of fatigue. That's going to change the equation of and also another thing he can get way better at, drawing fouls. Initiating contact, going through defenders, selling contact, this stuff, man. So it's like you start to do the calculus and you're like, okay, well, he scored 18 points per game this year, but that's not really reflective of who he is. He played out of the offense a lot. So maybe he's like a 21 point per game scorer right now. You add a couple free throws, 3-4 free throws to that. We get to 24 points per game. You add one more midi jumper. You add maybe a slight improvement on 3-point shooting. You 27 points per game, so easy. It's not even funny. And then if you get better defenders around him, now he doesn't have to tax himself so hard on defense. There's no reason to believe this guy can't average 27 to 30 a game in his prime. Now that we're still so far away from that, and maybe that never comes, but it's like, is that the barometer of success for Scottie Barnes? Hell no, because he can, as long as you threaten the defense like a 30 point per game scorer, you could score 24 and I wouldn't give a shit, because Rasheed Wallace threatened the defense like a 25 point per game scorer, even when he scored 18. Kevin Garnett threatened the defense like a 25, 26 point per game scorer, even when he was scoring 22. So to me, it's just to be the level of talent the defenses have to game plan. And now we can really utilize your superpower, which is your passing. And now, instead of this type of player that a lot of people are, focused on him becoming like 30 points, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, what if we become a 23 point, 11 assist, 9 rebound guy who can dial it up to 30 points whenever he wants? That level of, that's a superstar,
And I think we got a sneak preview of that game 3. I think we got a sneak preview of that game 3 when Scottie just said, okay, my team needs me. I'm putting you on my back. We're going somewhere. And he literally just took over. That, absolutely. If he does that on a regular basis, that's top 5 material, guys. It really is. It is just those little minute details that make you go from a 3rd team All-NBA to a 1st team All-NBA. And he's on his way to that because, again, he has time on his side. He's got great coaching. He's got great people around him. It's only a matter of time, guys. I kid you not. We have a superstar in our hands. There's no doubt about that.
If you see this, these are his mid-range shots in the last game that you're talking about, right? Mm-hmm. What bump? See how much energy is wasted on this? Mm-hmm. Now imagine this. 1 bump, shot. Right? But now he has to take the 2nd bump, and then we have to turn. We take the shot. Now, granted, exactly. Here, you got Max Strus. Look at how much energy is wasted here. I think there's 2 dribbles that he can get this. So it's just about tightening everything up.
Everything up. That's it. And believe me, he'll tighten it up. By next year, a lot of these sort of, double and triple hitches, they're going to be gone from his game. If you're going to catch him, you better catch him now, because he will, believe me, his coach will drill down on these little minute details, and he'll be working on that this summer. Believe me, that will be a one-time motion instead of a 2 and a 3, the way it is now.
And imagine what he would do with an elite rim finisher. And I'm not saying CMB is not a rim finisher, but imagine a vertical lob threat like a DeAndre Jordan in his prime.
Yeah.
This is the beautiful thing about Scottie, he can make this pass from this position with his left hand over the top on accurate timing. But here we see Masters, and again, extra energy being wasted for no reason.
Yeah.
But he's getting them to go down.
Yeah. Double team or not, he's still getting them to go down. And that is the secret sauce to a superstar. You may throw 2 or 3 players at me, I'm still going to make the shot, guys. It's just going to take me a little more time to do it, but it's still going to make the shot. Now he just needs to do it on a one-time basis. That is
absolutely. And here, like, you see James Harden is getting into his body. Now, James is very strong. You're in a position right now where I would argue right here you can go up, and he's not going to contest this. Instead, you go to what's comfortable for you, which is you back him down. And because James doesn't concede space like, Sam Merrill or Max Strus, he's going to be very off balance.
Right.
This is not a great shot. This is a tough finish. He makes it, so everyone says, "Yay, Scottie." But you think about it, and you're like, by next year, this shot
doesn't have to be that hard. It doesn't have to be that hard. It literally doesn't have to be that hard.
Like all of this little, this is a lack of dribble manipulation right here.
Yeah.
Like here, look at this. Boom. He turns his back. That in and of itself.
That's a safety blanket. When he turns his back to the basket, that's a safety blanket.
Right.
What he needs to do now is just go down.
What should he do right here?
Right there, I would say, listen, okay, JTR's in front of me. Dribble.
Spin off. Spin left.
Spin left.
Go left. Look at all the pressure that James is kind of walling off. He's angling towards the middle.
Yeah.
Just spin off of him, manipulate him, so angle his body left, but instead you don't spin, you go right back. Now you're dribbling, right? Okay. And now you go right back to it. And I mean, salute to finish. Okay.
Yes.
Salute to have the concentration to finish this. This could have been a lot cleaner, and there could have been a lot less energy expended trying to get the shot.
But listen, he's in this is year 4.
BMAC correcting me here. He said that's not a lot of energy, Pen. Think Luka. I don't think Luka is the right idea, Brian, because Luka doesn't have he's not as bursty as Scottie. He has to grind his way to it, right? And also Luka, so much of his grind is like him kind of catching his breath and him. Yeah, in my opinion, again, I'm not a trainer, so I'm wrong here. Probably.
Luka's playing the game at his pace, right?
Absolutely. And here, I do think that this sort of crutch of having to go back to the basket thing is, like that's a habit.
Yeah.
Right. But here, like Luka does play in slow motion. Like I don't think Luka finishes like that. I think Luka's probably finishing through contact and probably drawing 2, and maybe he's manipulating the defense a little bit more. Yeah. Like a lot of Luka's slow play is just that's his pace. That's how he wants to play.
How he plays, yeah.
And I do. There are plays. I think there was one in this game or the previous game. It might have been game 2 where Scottie played with the defender on the hip, which was very Luka-esque. Yeah. But that in and of itself, Luka finds the clear finish. I don't think we can ever argue that this right here, if you look at this finish right here, I don't think you can argue that this finish right here is ideal for anybody, especially with James on you, right? Like this is the type of finish you'd want to have over like a great defender.
Absolutely.
I think
Scottie can play faster. Scottie can play faster.
Yeah.
And I think that's the key right there. He can play a lot faster. And once he does that, there's no one who can stop him.
Yeah, for sure. Anyways, Elliot, any other thoughts?
Final thoughts. Game 5, key, but I think if Raptors have a sort of defensive performance like they did today, they have a shot. They really do have a shot. Cleveland is having a hard time containing Scottie, and it's time for Brandon Ingram to come to the party. Yes, but we all know who's the number one player on the Raptors is, and long live Scottie Barnes. He's doing a wonderful job. But listen, CMB is a hell of a second act. This kid is going places, and shout out to Darko. Darko is
long live Scottie Barnes. This is like a war cry. This is like a rebel.
Long live Scottie Barnes. Absolutely. Long live Scottie Barnes. Oh my God. Listen. Masai may have been criticized on his way out, but he left us with one gift. And that was that man right there, number 4. He said, "Here, I give you a superstar. I'm leaving now. See you later."
There's this old quote from Masai. He said, you dream of getting a guy like this. Now you just need another one.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Is the other one. He missed out on Giannis. This is his Giannis. He said, this is the guy that if it wasn't,
we all know how much Masai loved Giannis.
Yes.
We know it, right? And there's not a chance in hell that Scottie was ever going to get traded for Giannis. That should tell you.
No. Hell no.
And everyone in the fan base was calling for it. I think a lot of people were calling for it. They're like, "Oh, I can't believe you would hold him out as." It's like, oh my God.
That's short-term thinking.
It's absolutely short-term thinking. No delayed gratification, man.
No.
Yeah. We're gonna go to Colin Murray-Boyles at the podium. Thanks a lot for calling in, Elliot. Great conversation.
You are the best. Rob, you are the best. You are the best. Don't let anybody tell you different. Give them hell on the panel. That's all I got to say.
Okay, I got a question for you. Final question for you. Scottie's at 40 to 45%. Where am I at?
You are at
I'll tell you where I think I'm at. You tell me where you think I'm at.
I would say, because you hold the thing about it is the great testing ground is your panel appearances. And when you can hold your own and people literally are frustrated by your appearances, you're doing good. So I would say you're at about, I'd say 90%.
I'm Ashanti saying 55. I open it up to y'all. Y'all have seen me try to grow over the last 4 or 5 years. Where do you think I'm at? Lance Scott saying 60%. Okay. All right. You're saying 90%. So that means I'm pretty close to topped out here.
You're well, I say there's always room for improvement, but I say this. I think you've created a wonderful group here, especially in the Discord. I think you have come into your own. I think you add real life experiences with your basketball, and that's hard to stop, man. When you can get that sort of mix together, that's really, really good. There's not many people who can do this. There are only people who can talk basketball. There's only people who can talk life. For you to be able to meld the two is remarkable work.
Yeah, I'm here. I hear you. Some people saying 50%, 75%. We all over the place. I'm going to say the closest thing that I agree with is 35%. I think
35%.
I am very, very far away from where I want to be.
Yeah.
I think I have to get a lot better at being patient. I think I need to bring better energy to the show. There's some days where I come on and I'm very amped up, and there's some days I come on and I'm a little bit sleepy.
But I think when you start hearing about Scottie and the slander, that's when you come alive. That's when you can say,
That is true. Yesterday, it was 4 a.m. and my girlfriend, she came out, and I was sitting on the couch and I was watching Nikola Jokic's post-game interview. And she said, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm really upset with how people are talking about Nikola Jokic."
Yeah.
And she said, "It's not your battle." She's like, you do this with Scottie, you do this with Nikola Jokic, you do this with Carter Bryant. Every single time one of your favorite players gets slandered, you sit there and you stew in it for a few days. And I was like, we've been dating for 6 years. You understand this is my process, right?
Yeah.
I care very much about the people I care about. And one of the reasons that this channel exists is because I really wanted to support the Raptors. I want to support this team. This is not really about me. This is not about myself. This is never going to be about myself. It's always going to be about this team. And, I think through that I derive energy. I
Yeah.
derive a lot of energy from caring about other people in any way, and whether that is caring about this community. And one of the reasons I am so actively trying to find the right people to be in this community is because it is this community that gives me the strength to do a live when I'm not very much, in the mood to do a live. I'm like, no, I got to do a live for this community. It's the members of this community. I'm like, no, I got to do a membership live. So it's like caring about other people is a prerequisite for me. So so now I think right now I'm learning how to care about myself. I'm learning that part about it. I'm like, no, wait, I got to have a professional pride to not lose my shit. I got to have the professional pride to get the right camera, the right setup, the right studio setup, the right, I got to fix myself up a little bit. I got to look presentable. I got to, I got to work on my craft as a podcaster. It's not enough to just care about other people, but so much of the motivation to do well comes from a need to give back.
I think if you transfix your pen dance self to your podcast here, I think you have the full self. Because I think you're very pensive when it comes to pen dance and the moves you choose and the audience you want to bring to it and the passion you have for movies. If you bring that here, I think you have Apex Rob. Then
that's a very interesting note. I'm going to write that down. I'm going to think about it a lot today. That's interesting. Absolutely. No, I need to be a lot better. I'm the other day I realized
you're good. Yeah. No. Let me say this. You are good. You are very good. There's no reason for me I could go elsewhere. The one person I listen to for Raptors news, when the one person I go to for Scottie defense is you. And that should say something. And a lot of people like me agree. You are the guy. You are the lighthouse in amongst the fog. That is that is NBA banter. Okay, those who want to take shots on our team, we look to Rob and say, Rob, what would you say about this?
Appreciate
and
that,
then
man.
you give us that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I will always hold it down for the Raptors on the panel, man. They don't want to talk about this team.
They don't want to talk about them.
They want to pretend this team just doesn't exist, and I'm just like, nope, we're gonna talk about them. We're gonna derail the show to talk about Scottie Barnes and CMB. And last year, I made it a goal. Last year, I had a checklist of how many times I wanted to bring up Jonathan Mobo, Jamal Shedd, Jacoby Walter.
Jamal was excellent today. Let me say that Jamal was excellent today. Really, really good.
Absolutely. And so I wanted, because I mean, look, man, the panel gets a huge viewership, man. Sometimes it's 30, 35,000 people watching it. And I want to make sure that my presence on that show shines light on every Raptors player. So I'm just like, I'm going to talk about Jonathan Mobo's defense. Y'all never heard of Jonathan Mobo. Y'all don't want to talk about Jonathan Mobo. I'm going to talk about Jonathan Mobo. So that's definitely a part of how I use my panel appearances, which is why some people don't like me over there, but I don't care. Anyways, appreciate you, Elliot. Always great conversation. Peace, man.
Peace. Keeping up the good work, my friend.
Raps in 6 or Raps in 7? Or Cavs in 6.
If we win Game 5, Raps in 6. If we win Game 6, then I'm going with my heart here. Raps in 7.
Raps in 7. Okay, let's go. Raptors in 7. All right, peace.
Peace.
Man. Terrence Davis saying Raps in 6. Okay, let's go to. We are going to go to Colin Murray-Boyles. One sec. I am going to have to because this is copyright flagged. I'm gonna have to put a. I'm just put something over this. We have a picture of Colin Murray-Boyles. Put over it. Give me one sec here. I will figure this out. Give me one sec. Okay, give me one sec here. I got this. Okay. That. And we are going to go to Colin Murray-Boyles. It's just going to be a still image. So just imagine his lips talking.
as the series goes on and as we keep playing these really tough games. And we need everybody. So the things that I do, we need it times 10. So
Right next to you, and then to S.
Hi, Colin. AE Sports Connect. Could you take us through the play late in the fourth against Donovan Mitchell? How much of a confidence boost for you to match up against like high caliber players like this?
I wouldn't say like a confidence boost. I would say I already have the confidence to guard those caliber guys. That's just something that I, wanted to do as soon as I got in the league, was just guard the best of the best, try to make it as hard as possible. But yeah, it boosts the energy more than anything for everybody, the crowd, teammates. I just want everybody to feel that energy that I feel. So
S, and then Ryan, Eric,
Hey, Colin.
Vivek.
What is with these mics?
Evan Mobley and Jared Allen, they struggled tonight from the field, but the combination of you and Scottie in that back line defensively, it's been something you guys have dominated with all season. How does it look on the floor, communicating and talking to him defensively, and just the way you guys are able to work together on the floor?
Most of the times we really don't have to talk to each other to know where we're supposed to be or know that we got each other's back. We kind of built that as the season's gone on, like where we need to be when each other's guarding or where anybody's guarding, to be honest, and where we need to be, how we can help off the ball, and just the tenacity we have on the ball, knowing that we're both going to try our hardest and try to get a stop.
Ryan, Eric, Vivek, John.
Colin, what did you see on the play where Jamal dove? He said Scottie was kind of counting down, keeping
I ain't
track.
gonna lie, I didn't even see that play. I didn't even know what happened. I don't know what happened. But I know we got the ball back, so that's all that matters.
Eric.
On that Mitchell 3 that you guarded near the end of the game, I think it was Scottie who was shooting free throws before. Are you like going through the scenarios, like if they're up 2, I'm going to do this. If I'm up 3, or are you just like relying on your instincts and not overthinking it?
Just reacting to what the opponent is doing. That's all I'm doing.
Vivek, John.
Colin, Darko was crediting the togetherness and the chemistry that you guys have built over the year for the way you guys were able to hang in there tonight and get the win. As a rookie coming in, what has stood out to you about the way this team's culture promotes that?
We have a variety of leaders in all different areas. I feel like that's the biggest advantage that we have, is just having everybody that wants to lead, all the older guys knowing like some guys have been through this moment, so they know what to expect, they know the type of energy it takes, the type of effort, and just preaching that to everybody else. We have a really young team. So, just having everybody being able to impact with their words is big time for us.
All right, John, and then Zulfi, and was there anybody else?
Congrats, Colin. Obviously, it was a tough shooting night for the team, but all season you guys have been saying that, good offense stems from good defense. So I was curious, how did the poor shooting night affect your mentality when playing defense?
I would hope I don't feel like it affected our mentality at all. Obviously, we're going to keep shooting. That's something that we've been needing, is just keep shooting the ball regardless if it goes in or not, because it opens up a lot. But obviously, we start with defense. That's what we hang our hats on. That's what wins us games. If we're not having a good defensive game, then we're just not going to win. So we need that to even have a chance. But we really stuck on it, especially in the last quarter. And as Darko was saying, at halftime, the offense is going to come. We weren't hitting anything. Obviously, probably one of the lowest scoring halves that I've seen this season. But yeah, he kept saying that the offense is going to come, just do our thing on defense, and it was going to stem from that. So.
Last question is Zulfi there.
Hey, Colin. After getting that big stop on Donovan Mitchell, then the emotions from you really came out there in that moment. How fun is it being a rookie, being part of all these special moments and contributing the way you are? How much fun have you had throughout this?
A lot. There's a lot of times where I'm smiling out there on the court, just cherishing the moments like this. When the crowd is in it, everybody's on their feet. The energy is just, I don't even know. Never felt anything like it. So it just, makes me smile all the time. Just being able to be a part of this and a part of those moments is really, really big for me.
Huge, 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 huge. And what composure there by Colin Murray-Boyles. Just a wonderful post game for him. And we're going to go to Brandon Ingram. This is going to be the last one. If there are any other callers, we'll definitely take it. But Brandon Ingram,
shooting and
a lot to say.
all the misses from three, despite kind of those good looks. Just what are the messaging in the huddle? What do you tell yourself in those moments as the ball's not going in?
We all communicate to each other to just keep shooting. We felt like we were getting good looks. Not only threes, we missed some layups. We missed a lot of open looks, but we just told each other to keep shooting, and it's only gonna happen on the defensive end. So we gotta play defense and come back down on the other end and still have confidence.
Go to Marley.
Sorry, then just
I
from
apologize. Sorry, Jamal.
one follow-up, just from Scottie, especially after you guys fell down 0-2 in the night in Cleveland. Just kind of what did you see from him as far as like leadership, what you guys messaging, and just how's that shown up in these past couple games?
We're seeing consistency. He's been the same person from game one. Even in losses, he's the same person. He brings the energy, and on the floor, he's been super aggressive, attacking his opportunities. On the defensive side, he's been who he's been all year. And we need every bit of it.
Facts.
Hey, Brandon, over here. Scottie said, before the game today, after the starting lineup was introduced, he told you to go out there and be yourself. What does that mean to have the confidence of your teammates in you like that? And, did Scottie's comments kind of fire you up for today's game?
Yeah, I think it gives me confidence to do what I've been doing on the basketball floor, just to keep shooting, affect the game in the ways that I have. All my teammates have been there through ups and downs, telling me to keep shooting. If they're open, they tell me to pass it. All the information they give me is good information, and it propels me for the game.
We're going to go here and then to John, Sophie, and then to Vivek.
Hi, Brandon. In the front row, Simo Wu from A Sports Connect Hong Kong. Congrats on the win. You seem to be finding your rhythm in terms of shooting, and huge second quarter from you as well. How do you like your own shot decisiveness throughout the game?
I thought I got some good looks. No matter what, if the ball was falling or not, I was going to continue to be aggressive, looking for my shot and looking for my open teammates. But, I felt good about the spots that I was getting to, the open threes that I had, and getting to the free throw line. That felt good.
Hey, Brandon, congratulations. Now that the series is tied up, evened, what do you guys have to do when you get to Cleveland on Wednesday?
Well, we got to expect a fight, back in their territory. The fans going to be super loud, bringing the energy, and got to be ready for, Donovan Mitchell to bounce back. All their guys going to be ready, so we just got to be ready too.
We're going to Sophie, then Alex.
Hey, Brandon, over here. Darko and your teammates have all mentioned just your presence being on the court in moments, even when the jumper isn't necessarily falling, how much of an impact that has for what the team is trying to accomplish. When it's not the offense itself, like how do you feel like you're contributing or making an impact on the floor, whether it's defensively or in other ways?
I've been off ball most of the time, so just trying to dig out rebounds. Most of the time we have short lineups on the floor. I think our center, CMB, is shorter than me, so, just rebounding the basketball, trying to make some defensive plays, and, when the attention is on me, just trying to make the right passes.
So we're going Alex, Vivek, Lindsay, Eric.
Brandon, over here. Brandon, you and Scottie tied for the game high with 23 points today. Just how does it feel to be leading in that statistical category in a very important win today?
It felt good to be effective in his win. Like I said, he's been aggressive. I was going to continue to be aggressive and try to find my shot and find the best shot on the floor. But it definitely feels good to see some shots go in.
Vivek, and then Lindsay, and then Eric.
Brandon, it feels uncommon for young guys on this team to have the level of grit and toughness that they've shown in the playoffs, especially. Is there a specific moment in this season where you felt they showed that and you saw something unique in them?
Specific moment. I would like to give you a perfect answer, but I can't remember all of these games. I think CMB has shown it all year. Jamal has shown it all year. Scottie has shown it all year. It's definitely times in the season where, in the beginning of the games, where we got down big, and we were resilient enough to come back and get it on the defensive end, and that always propelled our offense. So, I think it was different moments in the year where we showed the mental toughness and the physical toughness that we had to fight back.
Just quickly, if you don't mind, for you defensively, felt like you made a bunch of plays, protecting the rim, grabbing big rebounds. How much of a focus was that for you where, even if the shot's not falling, that you wanted to make a difference on that end?
Yeah, I think as a basketball player, you want to be a part. So you just got to figure out a way to be a part of winning. And I was able to get my hand on a couple blocks, and it affected it in a good way.
Hey, Brandon, two quick questions for you. First one about Jamal, who you mentioned. He had some pretty big moments, especially in that second half. How did you feel he kind of helped with momentum, especially defensively?
Defensively, just being a knack on the basketball, making sure that he picked up full court, making sure that he had the pressure on some of the main guys. Offensively, he had a lot of poise. Getting the basketball to the right guys, getting into the lane, knowing what he does well, shooting his floater. He played like a professional today.
Sorry for interrupting you and sorry for asking this question, but I saw you dap up Glow at the half. I'm wondering what kind of feedback you got from her from your comments from practice the other day.
Oh, she lit me up. I won't make that comment again.
Thank you. We'll finish with Eric.
Brandon, congrats on the win. You've said a few times this year that when you came over in the trade, you saw the defensive standard of this team. I'm sure you'd like to be shooting a better percentage right now, but is there something gratifying in doing your part in like a very Raptors-y win, for the lack of a better word?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, all I care about and all we care about is winning the game. So I guess you can find gratitude in that. What I've noticed the most in these playoffs is we need everybody, and everybody has stepped up from the bench to the starters to coaches, coaches behind the bench. Everybody has stepped up, and that's what I've noticed the most.
Okay, we will get Coach Mo in here for our final caller. That's dope. That's gonna be cool. Okay, let's get it. Let's get Coach Mo up here. Let's get Brandon Ingram off. Coach Mo, what is up, man?
Bro, when we were down 8,
Mhm.
wait, what was it, like 2 minutes to go, 3 minutes to go?
Yep.
Boy, I wanted to start a Fire Bobby. I wanted like Fire Bobby chants to just start roaring in the old ACC, but I never missed Immanuel Quickley more in my entire life. I didn't think I'd miss that guy that much. But if Jacoby Walter is going to shoot the way he's shooting, we're really going to miss. Now, I don't think he can go over 8, but
He
for
went
us,
0 for 6 last game, 0 for 8 this game. That's 0 for
yeah.
14 in 2 games, and he is probably going to start in game 5.
Out of necessity, because you talk about Battle.
Yeah.
Dennis Schroeder is just walking in for layups. I'm sorry. Battle was a hero in game 3, but this dude is like next level bad defensively.
Who? Jacoby?
No, Jamison Battle.
Oh yeah, he's pretty bad.
He's really bad. So
I've warned people about this, and people keep telling me he tries hard. Look, I love Jamison Battle, but like, let's be real here. Like, we can be honest about players and not have to lie about them. He is a bad defender. He does try, but he's very limited. You're right.
Yeah. I mean, Dennis Schroeder, who accomplished absolutely nothing. He might as well have been wearing a Raptors jersey again, was getting layups on Jamison Battle. The problem I have with certain players is when you're on the court and bums' eyes get big, we have a problem. You know what I mean? He literally instills confidence in bums.
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't know if we're going to win in Cleveland, but our only hope to extend this series to a 7th game, either BI has to show up in game 6. I'm talking about game 6. Either BI has to show up or Jacoby Walter has to knock down shots. Both can't do disappearing acts together.
Your mic's rumbling again.
Sorry, but both can't do the disappearing thing together. Like, because God was on our side tonight.
We definitely got an assist from God for sure. Because like you can't shoot that badly and win a basketball game in the NBA in 2026. Bro, this would have been like historically bad from like 1993 perspective. Okay. Also, since you're here, I gotta shout this out.
Yeah.
We just gonna let this live.
That's a lawsuit.
We gotta let this haircut live for about 2 minutes. To give we got to give the people what they want. We got to give the people a little bit of relief here. Also, shout out to the San Antonio Spurs going up 3-1, blowing them out by 21 points. It was a close game at half. It did not remain a close game. The Spurs are for real. Yeah. Did you watch Denver versus Minnesota yesterday?
I did. And I think, man, one thing that's bothering me about the Jokic, he's turned into this foul baiting merchant. Because what I really liked about him before was you just couldn't stop him. And it kind of feels like he's kind of stopping himself, where it's like, Joel Embiid, James Harden, to me, the two most notorious playoff jokers of our time are notorious foul baiters.
Right.
They don't even look to score. They're playing referees. They're playing referee ball. While, to me, the two best playoff risers I've ever seen in this generation are LeBron and Kawhi. They don't foul bait. They say, I'm going to score, stop me. And then if they get a foul, they get a foul. That's the way to play to me. That's how Scottie plays. That's what I like. But if he's just doing this, ref, look, Rudy Gobert is fouling me. Ref, look, Rudy Gobert is fouling me. That's not going to work. I don't think you can win a championship that way. And that's not how he was winning when they won the championship.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if you look at the team around him when they won a championship, who can you cheat off of? KCP, right? Aaron Gordon, Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr. That's 4 shooters, right? Right now, they've made it so easy to cheat off of Bruce Brown. They got at least 3 weak shooters out there. And Bruce Brown, Christian Brown, like the whole Brown clan, you could cheat off of them.
Aaron Gordon ain't the same. Aaron Gordon ain't the same.
Aaron Gordon can't make a shot right now because he's hurt. Shout outs to AG for pulling in 3 yesterday. But it's like this Minnesota defense is really good. And Ayo Dosunmu is a much better defender right now than Anthony Edwards. So everyone's saying like, oh, they won without Ant. They won without Ant. Bro, Ant was 1 for 8. I argue Ant's injury actually helped the Minnesota Timberwolves because he was not helping them. Like he might have turned around in the second half, but he was 1 for 8 up to that point, and he's an ass defender. So I don't know, man. I don't think they're going to come back in this series, and I feel bad for it.
Their defense isn't good enough. Their defense isn't good enough. We have a chance to win because our defense gives us a chance. The problem with Denver is their defense doesn't give them a chance to win 3 in a row.
Yeah, because, people bring up the fact that the last 2 teams that came back from 3-1 were Denver, but they came back from 3-1 with a younger Jokic, a younger Murray, a younger Gordon, and frankly, KCP was on those teams.
Yeah.
I think KCP was on those teams in the bubble, right? 2020? And also, it was the bubble.
Yeah, KCP was on the Lakers during the bubble.
Yeah, my bad. Who the fuck was on the Denver Nuggets?
Paul Millsap. Gary Harris.
Right. Yeah. I mean, also, like, I think the 3-1 comeback shit is a lot easier in the bubble. I don't know why, but like the crowd makes it a little harder to come back 3-1. Like, you're gonna have to win. Like, you're going back to Denver now. So you get game 7 in Denver, which is, thank God for Denver. If they make it to a game 7, at least they get to play it on their home court. But it's like you got to win in Denver, come back to Minnesota, win in Minnesota, then go back to Denver, win in Denver. And you can't have your shooters go cold like this. But like, what'd you make of what Jaden McDaniels did at the end of the game?
Listen, this unwritten rule thing, to me, it's not like he did a windmill dunk.
Oh, okay.
Number 2, you guys don't like each other, so why am I doing you any favors? Number 3, you don't want that to happen? Win the game. Play defense. Like, he could not have done it, but again, they're not on good terms anyway.
Right.
There's actually bad blood here. It's not like they're cordial. It's not like, give me a matchup right now where the two teams don't have disdain for each other.
Okay.
Because that series may be the most, two teams that dislike each other the most, I think, in all the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I talked shit in pregame, like, to the media about you guys not being able to play defense, and I was right. And now I'm gonna gloat, and we're gonna go to Denver, and we're gonna whoop you.
Well, with Ant expected to miss 2 games. 2 weeks.
He's done.
And Dante DiVincenzo probably he's missing a year.
Yeah.
So at this point, if I'm Minnesota, number 1, I'm already thinking like, I may get out of this round. I'm not making it past this round. Because without Ant, in the beginning of the next round, probably he's coming back. If he comes back, he'll come back for game 3, game 4, at which point you're already probably cooked. And then Dante DiVincenzo is so important.
Yeah.
Like, I would argue he's like the 3rd, 4th, probably the 4th most important player on that team. I mean, you can go band for band between him, Ayo, and Nas, but it's like, you look at that bench. Can you imagine if the Raptors had that bench?
Okay,
like,
so
I'm talking fully healthy. Ayo Dosunmu,
Mm-hmm.
Dante DiVincenzo, Nas Reed, and Terrence Shannon.
Oh my God.
And potentially, I don't know, Mr. Jitterbug Bones Highland, right? Like,
Bones
what the fuck?
Yeah. People are like, bench Walter for who?
Right. Exactly.
Who are you bringing in? Because Grady Dick and Jamison Battle are fighting tooth and nail as for the worst defender in the league title. Like, they're in contention. Okay. And it's like, what the playoffs is really showing this year in particular, it's like, as great as Jamal Murray is, as great as Jokic is, Jalen Brunson, Brandon Ingram, all these guys in terms of scoring, bro, these guys get hunted on defense. And they are getting lit up. And
yeah,
I just want you to, like, I'm watching these Raptors games, and it feels like Max Strus has an equal chance to score on Brandon Ingram as Brandon Ingram has to score on Max Strus. It feels like if these guys now one-on-one in an empty gym, Max Strus is cooked. But in a 5-on-5 team setting where people are kind of helping, it looks like it's like compared to Scottie. If Max Strus even attempted to score on Scottie Barnes, bro, it's pathetic. It looked pathetic, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean, bro?
Yeah.
Like, how valuable are you if you struggle to score 2 points and then a guy who has no business putting the ball on the floor is trying to score on you?
Yeah, I think, Sam Mitchell had a somewhat non-controversial. First of all, shout out to Sam Mitchell. The glazing of Scottie Barnes at this point is next level. It's next level. I thought I was high on Scottie. I thought Darko was high on Scottie. Sam Mitchell talking about Scottie like he is the greatest defender since like Hakeem Olajuwon, and that it's like never double anybody who has Scottie Barnes on him. And I'm just like, no, sometimes you do have to double, but okay, I get it. I get what Sam is saying. Although, am I the only person who has PTSD of Sam Mitchell refusing to double an all-star guard?
He's
Because
saying
I can give you 81 reasons why Sam Mitchell doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. But I will say this: like, I think the Raptors defense has been good. Like the last 3 games, it has shown up consistently, and they've hung their hat on this. I think Colin Murray-Boyles probably should have played more in game 1. I mean, probably should have definitely played more in game 1.
Minute distribution anyway. What was the minute distribution between him and Yak today? So Yak played 21 minutes. CMB played 27. We won, but
I mean, honestly, I understand that they're trying to keep Yak's value up in the event that this series goes south and you have to trade him. But like at this point, I don't think anyone is biting.
No, hell no.
You've been outplayed by a rookie. You've been completely outplayed this series, outplayed this entire series by their bigs. You haven't been able to, like, I mean, you're getting exploited. Yeah,
their bigs are soft and they bully you, and they're soft. Bro,
yeah,
it's like Evan Mobley. The ease at which Evan Mobley scores on Jakob Poeltl is fucking pathetic.
Yeah,
like
he is moving him out of the way, and that to me is crazy because Evan Mobley being the more physical big is nuts. And Sam Mitchell did say in this series, Scottie Barnes is the best player in this series. He did say that.
Well, he's
so shout outs to Sam. He definitely has been, and honestly, I'm gonna be honest. Like, keep it a buck. Scottie's been a top 5 player in these playoffs.
And considering who he's playing with, I may have a pushback when you said, because when I was listening earlier, he has the least help. You can argue maybe that's LeBron.
Okay, LeBron definitely has the least help, but I would argue LeBron's best teammates, 2 best teammates, have been better than Scotty's 2 best teammates. Luke Kennard and Marcus Smart have been better.
I just wanted to throw that one out there because there ain't much in the Laker right now. Ain't much there.
That is fair. That is fair. That is 100% fair. You are correct. LeBron and Scottie have had the least amount of help for sure.
And
hold on. I'm gonna find every single All-Star from this year, and I want to ask you if Scottie has outplayed that player so far in the playoffs. 1 second, because it is a ridiculous. Do you have any idea how bad the All-Stars have been this year? So first of all, we're just going to we are going to hold on. Where are we? So we're gonna eliminate every single player who didn't make the playoffs as being outplayed by Scottie immediately. So that's first and foremost. Let me just bring the list up and then wait, what the fuck is going on here? Completely lost my window. Hold on. So
by the way, Darko screaming, man, I felt that. When he yelled after the win, like it almost felt like this win, extending this series to 6, basically secured his job. That's what it feels like to me.
His job was secure no matter what happened.
Like, there's no shadow of a doubt. There's no shadow of a doubt. Because
for sure.
Like, I mean, everyone can see it. What is he supposed to do? Immanuel Quickley's hurt. Like, what is he supposed to go to?
Yeah,
we need Mamu to hit threes. We need Mamu to hit threes, man.
I mean, honestly, at this point, winning without Mamu is like the greatest thing because I was thinking like if he had a big playoff series, like you might have to extend him at $8 million. You know, there are a few players who have cost themselves a ton of money in these playoffs. Jalen Duren, he's costing himself a lot of money in these playoffs.
Didn't he turn down money? Didn't he turn down money?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
He turned down an extension.
Did he? That feels hard to believe. Okay, I have highlighted all the All-Stars. I will unhighlight them if Scottie Barnes has outplayed them. Okay? I hope this doesn't make this go away. Oh, no! Fuck, I did. I have... Okay, so Nikola Jokic. Has he outplayed Nikola Jokic in the playoffs?
If you include defense, I would say yes.
Okay. Has he outplayed Shea?
No, I wouldn't say that.
He's outplayed Luka by virtue of the fact that Luka hasn't played. Yeah. Has he outplayed Wemby?
I haven't watched enough of that series because I think there's no
He did just have 7 blocks today, so we'll leave Wemby highlighted. Okay. Has he outplayed Kawhi Leonard? If you include the play-in, absolutely. Yeah. Has he outplayed Tyrese Maxey?
He had one hell of a game, but
overall,
no, yeah. I give it to Scottie.
Has he outplayed Kevin Durant?
Yes,
easily.
Yes.
Kate Cunningham?
Yes.
Okay. Has he outplayed Jamal Murray? Easily.
Yes.
Yes. Jalen Johnson?
Yes. If Scottie was on the Hawks, they'd be up 3-1.
Agreed. Alperen Şengün?
Yes.
Easily. Has he outplayed Anthony Edwards? Yup. Has he outplayed Denny Avdia?
Haven't watched that series enough to have an opinion.
I have. He has. Jalen
Yes.
Duren,
Yes.
100%. Jalen Brown,
Yes.
Jalen Brunson,
Yes.
Chet
The
Holmgren,
defense is just that bad.
Chet Holmgren,
Yeah.
Cat.
Yes.
Giannis has not played. LeBron,
Debatable.
I'm gonna say no. Steph Curry, yeah. With
Yeah.
the playing game that Steph had, 100%. De'Aaron Fox, yes. Devin Booker, yes.
Yeah.
So we are left with these are the all-stars that Scottie Barnes has not clearly outplayed.
Yeah.
So I'll say Wemby, LeBron, Scottie, debatable. Shea, absolutely not. So Shea is, in my opinion, the best all-star in these playoffs so far. The second best all-star is debatable. Probably Wemby, but possibly Scottie. And possibly LeBron, because LeBron's been amazing. LeBron's fucking incredible dissecting that team. And honestly, I could argue Wemby and LeBron are going up against much worse teams than the Cleveland Cavaliers. The Rockets, the Blazers,
with less
Cavs are
flawed
better.
roster, with a less flawed roster.
Oh, totally. And Wemby's got a fucking super team over there.
Yeah. And LeBron's roster isn't great, but I don't think it's as flawed.
Young man saying LeBron isn't doing what Scottie is on defense. You win. Correct. Forget LeBron. You're right. You're right. LeBron's doing everything on offense.
The whole thing with the Lakers thing is, though, once Reeves and Doncic was out, they're like, yeah, the Lakers are cooked. Nobody thought it was going to be 3-0. Nobody predicted 3-0. That is crazy.
That's fair. That's fair.
Now,
but Marcus Smart has been freaking phenomenal defensively.
I love that
like
guy.
he is so good. Yeah, I've had my issues with his basketball knowledge, but like him,
He's
Luke
gotten better.
Kennard.
He's gotten older, IQ wise. But I have a question. What did Ayo Dosunmu go for at the trade deadline?
He went for Rob Dillingham in 4 seconds.
Okay.
I would have traded a first easily to get Ayo Dosunmu.
I
Like I
always
love
thought
Ayo Dosunmu. Like I have petitioned for us to get Ayo Dosunmu for years now. This is years of petitioning for it. The three players I wanted in Chicago. Kevin Huerter. Do you remember how many times I tried to put a package together for these three players?
Yeah,
Kevin
Kevin
Huerter, Kobe White, Ayo Dosunmu, Patrick Williams. I
really
wanted
like
that package. I was like, I'll trade a max player for this 4 package. It's the Rudy Gay trade, right? And it's just like Kobe goes to New Orleans. Sorry, to Charlotte. He does really well. Ayo goes to Minnesota. He's doing really well. Kevin Huerter goes and he's doing really well. And I'm just like, dude, like you need these three players. These three players are perfect.
I have another question.
Mhm.
What did what's the guy's name? Who's the shooter on the Lakers that's doing well right now?
Luke Kennard.
What did he go for at the trade deadline?
I want to say nothing.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
And then we got Trace Jackson Davis, who didn't even play. Bro, I'm
that's
telling you.
to our detriment, honestly. I know like there's this notion that like, okay, so Gabe Vincent and a 2032 second round pick is what Luke Kennard went for.
We couldn't do that. I mean, Gabe Vincent may as well be who's the player we threw to the Nets? Does Gabe Vincent have more value than
Ochai Agbaji?
Yeah. Aren't they in the same realm, or Ochai's worse?
I think they're in the same realm, but
Yeah.
I think Gabe makes more money. So I mean, if we wanted to eat money, we could have
Ochai
done
and
that.
a 2032 second. Luke Cornett would help us right now.
Luke Kennard.
Luke Kennard, sorry, yeah. Luke Kennard would help us right now.
Luke Cornett would also help us right now.
Yes,
Both
he would.
Lukes. Can we get Luka Garza, Luka Doncic, Luke Cornett, and yeah, like let's get all the Lou.
And I'm
bring
thinking
back
right
Lou
now,
Williams. Bring back Lou Williams while we're at it.
I've said this year, I'm happy where we are. I'm joyful that we're gonna have at least one more game in Toronto. That's gonna be amazing, right? But this season, I've been saying, as happy as I am that we're doing well, Bobby's just gonna sit in his chair thinking he did something. And now that we're like 2-2, it's like, okay, our GM is top 2 worst GM. the past 5 years, and Scottie is literally dragging whatever the hell he built. You know what I mean? It's like,
I mean, it's easy to say he's a top 2 worst GM. I disagree. I think he's bottom 10 though, for sure. That being said, he did draft CMB and he did draft Scottie. So you know, it's like you nitpick on the contracts, which is fair. You nitpick on some of the roster decisions, fair. Timing, fair. Jakob, everything to do with Jakob, fair. All
teams
these
are
things
getting
are
talent for cheap, and we struggle to acquire anything.
Hey man, the Io DeSumo thing is a perfect example. The Raptors were in it. They wanted him. They apparently targeted him. Derek White is another one. They targeted him. Cam Johnson is another one. They targeted him. They've targeted all these players, but for whatever reason, they haven't been able to get the deal done. I don't know if that's their reluctance to move off of picks because they've been burned so many times in the past. I really have no idea. That being said, I have to say Io DeSumo is probably a rental. You wouldn't have his bird rights. It would be for one playoff run. And if the asking price was 4 for 4 second-round picks, you'd have to be a contender to beat that offer. It is easy to say right now that we should have traded for Io earlier, which I agree with. 2 years ago, we should have made a trade for Io DeSumo before he popped off a little bit. Now, I mean, honestly, if he'd played this well for you, like let's just say Io is just a playoff dog. There was a story that was shared on yesterday's broadcast how he had written in a journal every single day that I will make the playoffs. I will make the playoffs. So this dude is really big on manifestation and shit. Let's just say he is this type of dog in the playoffs. And with the way this team is guarding Scottie and BI, let's say Io was on this team. He comes off the bench and scores 35. So he puts himself into playoff hero mode. You now have to pick between him and Mamu. You can't afford both. You don't have bird rights for either because neither one has been on your roster for 2+ years. You don't have the cap space to get these guys without clearing out Immanuel Quickley plus Jakob Poeltl to get under the cap. You'd have to dump RJ for nothing, probably attach picks. And even then you wouldn't be able to sign these guys clear because you, again, don't have the bird rights. And both Io probably going for 15 to 16 million, right?
Embiid's playing.
Yeah, I heard. Is he playing well? I think he's going to get roasted by that defense, but I do think he gives them a better chance to at least be competitive in that game.
But I don't know. Like, what are your thoughts on our chance for game 5? It's looking bleak. But again,
why is it looking bleak? Okay. Let me tell you why I don't think it's that bleak. Number one, I think momentum is a big thing in the playoffs. I also think, I think momentum's a big thing. I think pressure is a really big thing in the playoffs. I think all the pressure is on them, and I think all the momentum is with us. So that's number one. Number two, I do like that we'll have 3 days off. We played an afternoon game. We're not playing until the evening. This is the longest break between 2 games, period. Like, this is, do the math. We finished this game at like 4:30, okay? 4:30. So go 4:30, 4:30, 4:30 until Wednesday evening. That is a full 72 hours. Add in 73, 74, 75 hours between games. Add in a really short flight to Cleveland, super short. We're not talking 3-hour flight to LA. We're talking like a quick 45, 50-minute flight. How long is the flight to Cleveland? 50 minutes on a private jet?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. So it's an hour. It's an hour flight. Okay. You get into the hotel. You're feeling good. All the pressure's on them. And oh, by the way, Max Strus, James Harden are on that team. Those are 2 of the biggest late series chokers of my lifetime.
Don't forget their bigs.
And their bigs are soft. So they will obviously, look, I've said it all along. They're a more talented team. I trust us more. The grit and toughness that we have played with. And also, imagine that plane ride. You shot 13% from 3 and won this game. You have to believe like you won this game despite losing this game. You cannot feel good about shooting 13% from 3. Nobody's going to feel good about this game. But despite your feelings about what Brandon Ingram is doing, there is this wonderful little thing that every single Raptor can look at themselves in the mirror tonight and say, we didn't play our best today and we won.
The number one thing I took away from this game is Cavs ain't winning shit. They're winning absolutely nothing. A contender wins this game. I don't care.
A contender would win this game. You are right.
This is a game you do not lose. If you actually have championship aspirations, you don't lose to what the hell we did today.
Yeah, I mean, look, respect to the Raptors. They are a really good defense. A lot of this is just on the Cavs. Like, you go back to Game 3. How many that entire explosion by Jamison Battle was created largely through lazy defense by Evan Mobley and James Harden. That entire explosion in the fourth quarter. In a lot of ways, I have to say, I think Jamison Battle saved the fucking season. He doesn't come off the bench. He doesn't do that. It breaks your will, honestly. Like, you had that game in the bag. You had this game in the bag.
Yeah, you did.
That's 2 games. 2 games in the fourth quarter. You're up, and they just come back and fucking take it from you. And that is psychologically demoralizing. Look, I have to say, you've been in a lot of fights?
Not that many, but enough.
Enough. I've been in a lot of fights. There was this one fight that I got into where I was significantly outmatched. This guy was about 6'5", 245, 250 linebacker build. I didn't really know how to get around the reach advantage. So he was just ragdolling me. Like, he was throwing me places. Like, he was throwing me against the wall. He's like fucking like pounding on me and shit. But I just kept getting up. Now, I didn't win that fight, but I tell you, if I was a slightly better fighter, I would have won that fight. I always remember that fight because I nearly concussed myself during that fight. By the way, to anyone wondering, it was not a bar fight. It was a kind of like a sanctioned fight. That fight reminded me that there's a look that somebody has when they think a fight is over and then they realize it's not, which is, I don't know how much harder I'm willing to work to win this.
Yes.
Right? Because I did everything and he got back up.
Yeah.
And they did everything and we got back up twice. So this is like a battle of wills at this point. And I've always believed, like, come down to game 6, game 7, the fraudulence is exposed. Your grit, your toughness, your togetherness, your chemistry, all these things get tested in a late series. 4-0 sweep? No, that's just talent, shooting luck. That's a lot of shit. You know, injuries, things don't go right, whatever. It's easier to win a 4-0 series than it is to win a 7-game series. And anyone who's ever understood basketball at a deeper level than the surface level that the idiots on Twitter talk about will understand that a 7-game series is a war. It's a war that tests your mind, your grit, your resilience, your character. It tests your togetherness. It tests your internal chemistry. It tests, like, which one of these guys is willing to go there. I'm looking around at the Cavaliers. Who is the toughest player on the Cavaliers? Donovan Mitchell?
Yeah, probably him.
Probably him. There's nobody else. Every one of these guys look to me like the type of guy where if they get a first round, second round, third round knockout, they're good. But if you make it to 5, 6, 7, 8 rounds, they're going to quit on themselves.
What do you think? Because I had a conference call after the win. A couple of Raptors fans, we got on like a conference call just talking Raptors ball. And I remember making a comment thinking, how do you think Donovan Mitchell is looking at James Harden on the plane ride home as James Harden is eating the biggest meal of his life? Like he did something.
I don't know. Like, I mean, I think I wish Game 5 was in Toronto.
In his face. Like, okay, guys, we'll get them back in Game 5.
Bro, I'm smelling his breath before Game 5, bro. Because I'm like, people have, you know, there's certain people that have very self-destructive tendencies. You know, like they kind of implode. There's a player that I never ever trusted late in a series, and that was Chris Webber. Like, I just never trusted him. It wasn't just because of what happened with Michigan. It wasn't just because of that. It was just because I could see it, right? Like Lance Scott saying, Rob, you called the method for Game 3 and 4. How do we win Game 5?
We gotta make it. We can't. We gotta shoot better.
In Game 5, it's going to come down to offensive execution more than defense.
We're getting looks. We just throw up bricks.
Yeah, I don't mean like shot making, I'm talking offensive execution. Like I'm talking your execution has got to be cleaner than their execution.
Like the
right?
RJ play, where he should have passed the shed.
That play, the Brandon Ingram, stagnant possession, like you just have to cut those out completely. Like you need to play a perfect game in game 5, and then you give yourself a chance to close it out in front of your home fans in game 6. If I'm Darko Rajakovic, I am saying one single word in the post-game locker room. I know he's not, because he has a gift for gab, as do I, but I would walk into the locker room like this, cold as X. I would walk in like this, and I would say 6, and I'd walk out, and I would just let that shit simmer in the locker room. 6. We end this in 6, and I would just walk out.
What are you telling? What's Jacoby Walter's next 72 hours?
Get well. There's no look. I trust Jacoby. It's very hard to trust the guy who just went 0 for 14 in 2 games, but I trust him. He is not somebody who's just going to get rattled out of a series and get into his own head. I'm sure this moment is tough for him, but he'll grow from this. And again, I might be partial because I like the guy. If I didn't like the guy, I'd probably be screaming to have him cut. But I do like the guy, and there's a reason I like the guy, and I trust him to bounce back from this. And if there's anyone who can go 0 for 14 and then go 8 for 9 in the next game, it's him. So for me, it's just about keep trusting your work. You are a 40% 3-point shooter. Act like it. You know what I mean? And they're going to go down. This is a make or miss.
He's shooting them.
It's not like he's missing them badly. They're going in and out, bro. Like there's like a lid on the basket for him. Like
that one Harden block was.
Well, there was one that he missed badly, but like he's overthinking a few things right now. I wonder, but look, man, he's still bringing it defensively. He's still doing the right things. He's still in the right place. He's still passing the ball in the right way.
There was a point because I've been in his shoes, and I could see it in him where there gets to a point where you miss enough shots that you're now in your head that I'm like, yeah, he's not going to make another one today. He's not even shooting. He's now aiming it now. Like he's so in his head, it's over. He needs like a complete reset. It's happened to me before where I don't even believe. I'm now questioning my own shot mechanics. Like you're so deep in your own head.
I think if you're an NBA player, you need to be better than that. Like I could understand a high school player or even a low level college player questioning their form or whatever. But at this point, you're a professional shooter. You're making your mark. You were drafted to shoot. That's part of why you were drafted. A lot of his shots were short tonight. A few went in and out. I think if I'm thinking about it, like if he's sick, he's maybe on some medication or something, or maybe he's a little bit drowsy. I can imagine the amount of toll that he's probably taking on his legs right now. I think nobody needs 3 days off more than that dude. Like he's working very hard. So if he is in fact sick, hopefully the next 3 days, if he can show up in this series at all, he is the right starter. And mind you, I wanna just say one thing. Scottie Barnes started at point guard in game 3. Scottie Barnes started in point guard in game 4.
I know.
Scottie Barnes started in game 4, Philly. Scottie played point. In game 5, Philly. Scottie played point.
Our only win.
Scottie played point in game 6. We are 1, 2, 3, 4. We are 4-1 in the playoffs when Scottie is playing point guard primarily. This is a trend. It should be studied.
Okay. Now, watching the game, did it feel like Jacoby was minus 15, a team worst?
No.
It didn't.
No, it didn't.
Now, the problem lies in they're not guarding him.
No, they're not.
And,
That's the
and
problem.
he got up 8 threes. And it got to a point where the threes are so wide open, he has to take them.
Can I ask you a question? I guess I can ask both of you. Welcome, Red Salute. What is the Raptors' record in this series after 4 games if Immanuel Quickley is healthy and plays all 4 games?
Well, is he completely healthy?
Yeah, he's completely healthy, but he is himself, which means he's playing like Immanuel Quickley would.
Okay.
Gabe's saying 3-1. Everyone is saying 3-1.
I don't know. It's either 3-1 or 2-2.
I would.
But I will say this: if even if it's 2-2, it's a more confident 2-2. Because I mean, this is shaky, bro. This is really shaky.
Yeah.
We could have lost
Well,
both.
Kawada from Mars saying we would suffer on defense. I'm not entirely sure we would suffer on defense because I'm assuming that
He's not Cheddar Walter. He's not Cheddar Walter.
No, he's not that dogged on defense in terms of like on the ball stuff. So I think you would struggle in that because you wouldn't have a great point of attack defender, and right now you always have a good point of attack defender.
Yeah.
I would say probably 2-2, and Scotty's not having the series he's having.
That's a good point.
Yeah, because Scotty wouldn't get the ball as much. And also, I fully expected Immanuel Quickley to shit the bed in the playoffs. Like, there was one player that I was like, based on the track record in New York, I fully expect this guy. You're telling me like 0 for 8 for Jacoby. I expected Immanuel Quickley shoot like 3 for 37 for the entire series. Like, I did not expect him to play well. So the fact that he's not playing, if you do lose, you get to hang your hat on, well, if he had played, we would have won. And you know, sell him high this offseason and just say, look, like we lost the playoff series. We didn't have Immanuel Quickley. Look at how much Brandon Ingram and Jakob Poeltl struggled. Those are the two players who are most dependent on him, in my opinion. Jakob Poeltl and Brandon Ingram are the most dependent on Quickley. And I think that Jamal Shed is also very dependent on Quickley, quite frankly, because Quickley and Jamal make the best backcourt that this team can put together. If I'm being honest, and I know RJ fans don't want to hear this, the best hope for the Raptors in this series probably was Jamal, Quickley, Scottie, BI, and CMB. That lineup right there probably would have been their best bet, because it gives you like it gives you something defensively and offensively that you can sort of hang your hat on. Like, there's not a huge defensive liability there.
But all this is solved if Jacoby knocks down a couple threes.
For sure. And he's more than capable.
Is brought down significantly if Jacoby can knock down some shots. But
yeah,
what are your thoughts on BI heading into game 5? Sorry.
Red Salute. What are your thoughts on Brandon Ingram going into game 5?
Like, what game do you think he'll have? Because so far it's been 4, I'd say, stinkers.
They've been different types of stinkers. Red Salute, you there? Okay, I'm going to pull Red Salute off. Seems like Red Salute is not there. My thoughts on Brandon Ingram are that I think Brandon Ingram will probably continue to struggle. For whatever reason, you know, maybe like he'll have one hot shooting game. Maybe. Like, if it happens, it happens. Like, I hope he has one. Like, I was banking on one Ingram game that would win us the game.
What's an Ingram game?
Like 33 points.
But how is he getting it? How is he getting it? That's the problem.
Mid-range, 3-point, transition, couple dunks, eight trips to the line. Like that type of game.
The thing that bothers me about Ingram, besides the holding the ball, sometimes do you watch when he goes to the basket and he doesn't really go strong because he physically can't go strong? And like Jared Allen or Evan Mobley just go straight up and he just bounces off them and he misses it. Don't you just think sometimes, dude, just take the little jump shot? Because he's not getting a foul call. They don't need to foul him to stop him. Right?
Sure.
Scotty's going in there with force. So what are your thoughts on it? Because it's like, I don't think him going to the basket's efficient.
It is if you have clean separation. It's hard to get clean separation in this series, though. I think that's the problem.
I mean, there was a play that summed up BI this entire series where we had an inbound out of bounds. I think Scotty threw the ball over the top to BI, and he had it at the free throw line, and he had Sam Merrill behind him, and he had space. All he had to do was turn around and shoot. But you know what he did instead? He dribbled the ball. And I just thought to myself, that right there is why you suck this series. And if you keep doing that, you'll keep doing stinkers.
Yeah.
But he literally had space to just turn around and shoot over the guy who's 6 feet tall. But he cannot help himself, Rob. He can't help himself.
Yeah. Red Salute, are you able to talk now? We still can't hear you, man. Sorry that that's happening to you. Yeah. I mean, good luck to the Raptors. We're gonna delay our members live till tomorrow because we are already almost at 8 p.m. and I have not eaten. I have not done anything, and I would like to. If you are a member like AG, like RB, like Lance Scott, can you guys give me a topic that you would like me to explore in the film study tomorrow? It could be Brandon Ingram's defense, Scottie Barnes' defense, somebody's, offense, the Cavs defense, the Cavs offense, whatever you want me to do. I will clip up the stuff and I will do a film session tomorrow for members. Probably tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow early evening. So let me know in the comment section what you guys want me to break down, and I will clip up everything I need to tonight and get that done for you. Coach Mo, any final thoughts?
I go on Real GM General Board, Raptors series thread, Raptors Cavs, and I just want everybody to know the Mobley Scottie talk, yo, bro, it's dead, bro.
Oh my God, it should have been dead like 4 years
No,
ago.
I'm telling you, all non-Cavs fans, they don't want to hear it anymore. They're like, yeah, we're done. We are watching this series too. We're done with it. I mean, he has a significantly easier offensive load, and he's 4 for 11. Bro, that guy, if it's not Jakob Poeltl in front of him, he struggles to score. And the thing that I never understood about this debate was everything Mobley can do, Scottie can do. Everything Scottie can do, Mobley can't do. What are we talking about?
Yeah.
If you asked Scottie Barnes to be Evan Mobley, he'd do it, probably better. If you asked Evan Mobley to be Scottie Barnes, he'd be out of the league. Play starting point guard, bro. Yeah, you're done.
I think there was a segment on Player's Choice where Chill was talking about everything he wants to see Evan Mobley do.
Mm-hmm.
Swiper said, so you basically want him to be Scottie Barnes.
Exactly.
And I thought it was I'm like, dude, I wouldn't have thought to say that, but shout outs to Swiper for being smart enough to pull that up, because that was genius. Seriously, genius.
And did you think that they would put Dean Wade on Scottie heading into this game? Did you think that was going to happen?
Did I think what?
They started Mobley on
yeah,
Ingram.
I knew they were going to make that adjustment after Scottie went to the podium and said that they're helping us.
Okay, so do you think if you're Brandon Ingram, who would you rather go at one-on-one? Dean Wade or Evan Mobley?
By the looks of it, probably Evan Mobley.
Okay.
But honestly, he should have he has no advantage over either one of them, and that's kind of the sad point, right? Yeah. Off ball, I think. Okay, the reason I'm saying Evan Mobley is because at the very least, Ingram is a threat to score, and pulling Mobley away from the basket is a utility. Okay. Unfortunately, the more Ingram was guarded by Mobley, the Cavs went to a different adjustment saying, you know what? If Brandon Ingram's going to beat us, let Brandon Ingram beat us. And they went to Max Strus and Sam Merrill on, so they were happy to live with, because they know Ingram isn't going to do enough off the ball. They know Ingram isn't going to back cut. They know Ingram isn't going to, dive to the basket. They know Ingram isn't going to set a screen and then flare off.
He's not getting off.
Yeah, he's so predictable off the ball. So at this point, you're like, okay, we started the series out with Ingram is option 1, Scottie is option 2, RJ is option 3. By game 2, I would say Ingram was option 1, Scottie was option 2, RJ was still option 3. I think arguably in game 3, they treated Scottie like option 1, Ingram like option 1A, and then RJ like option 2. After last game, they actually shuffled the deck to Scottie option 1, RJ option 2, Ingram option 3. Mm-hmm. So he's fallen from 1 to 3 on their scouting report over the last 3 games, because I think he's just shown himself to be so ineffective moving without the basketball and scoring once he has the basketball. And they're just happy to trap late with him. They don't send it early. They send it late because they want him to try to score. See, you trap a guy early when you want him to get rid of the basketball, or because you think that he can't handle the trap and he'll get silly turnovers. No, they're just contesting late with him. So they'll send the help late once they know that he's already committed himself to a shot, which I think is, if I'm Brandon Ingram right now, I'm having an existential crisis right now where I'm like, yo, I've got Sam Merrill and Max Strus on me, and I can't score.
Exactly. James Harden is stopping me.
James Harden is stopping me one-on-one in isolation, and I'm getting bumped off my spot every single time.
I don't know if he can gain strength at this point in his career, but here's my last question. Do you see any difference between the struggles he's having right now and the struggles DeMar had?
Yes, I see a lot of similarities, a ton. Shot diet. The difference is Ingram is giving you much more defensively than DeMar did. So at the very least, he's giving you that. But DeMar gave you probably a better scoring punch than this, which is, I hate to say it, but it's true.
Yeah, I don't think he was this bad.
Yeah, he usually wasn't this bad. And I don't think there's any 4-game, like, you can talk about DeMar dropping in the playoffs by 4 or 5%. He didn't drop 30%, 20%. Like, this is spooky shit, especially for the Raptors, who have this guy on the books for $80 million over the next 2 years. $80 million.
I really loved that conversation you had with the cheap seats guy.
Yeah.
I also never heard of him because I'm not on TikTok. So watching him was a breath of fresh air. And when you talked about where the Raptors go forward, I think he was mentioning like the contracts, they have to start offloading contracts. I think, is that what he said? That's what I agree with him. That's what I said. The number one thing going forward, because I think CMB, Scottie, RJ, Jacoby, I think there's a core here, and then you can fill out the rest to be competitive because the East don't have world beaters. But
you might if Ingram continues to play like this and Scottie is able to ascend the way he's able to ascend, and CMB takes on a more offensive role, then maybe there's a Rudy Gay trade out there from some team out there that's like, oh, he's the finishing piece, like a team that desperately needs half-court creation, and you're able to funnel, like a couple of reasonable defenders and a movement shooter out of it, and then just like you're able to shore up your depth. So you take 2 players that aren't working on your team that are just total non-factors, like maybe an Elijah Martin if he doesn't work out, and a Grady Dick plus Brandon Ingram, and then you add a solid, serviceable 7-footer, a movement shooter, and a young player, none of whom are necessarily as high cachet, but all are like 13, 15, $18 million type of contracts. Like, I would look at a team like Orlando, and you look at a guy like, I don't know, Tristan Da Silva plus Goga Batadze plus Jonathan Isaac plus Jalen Suggs, like some sort of poo-poo platter package like that if they really want high. Or, you look at a team like Indiana, and you're like, okay, do we take a swing on Jarris Walker, or I don't know. There's a ton of teams out there that have a combination of like $15 to $25 million that you might be able to do, or maybe you eat some bad money like Christian Brown, so you can get some good money like Aaron Gordon. If the
Gordon good money at this point with all the injuries.
Well, I mean, the injuries are the big question mark, and the only reason you'd be able to get him for someone like Brandon Ingram. But at the very least, you don't have the whole Brandon Ingram is injured, talk. But I will say this, like, hey, Joel Embiid is playing, and they are getting doubled right now. They're getting lapped. It's about to be 36-18.
Yeah, your boy Peyton Pritchard, who's better than Immanuel Quickley, just went off, bro.
Yes, he did.
13 points, 5 for 7 in 7 minutes.
Is he my boy because I'm white?
Huh?
Is he my boy because I'm white, or because I always talk about?
I'm just a fan of him. I'm just a fan of him.
Okay.
And he's like, I remember we were having a list of players better than Immanuel Quickley, and Pritchard was like, a hell yes, he's better. Hell yes.
Yeah.
But I think we're at a point now where if you have any takers for BI, Jakob, or IQ, you pull the trigger. I don't care how well they're playing. You get off those guys. I don't care. You get them off. But, we're 2-2. And my goodness. And I watch these games thinking to myself, imagine if they actually built around Scottie properly. Imagine if they actually gave him the reps he needed when he was younger. Imagine if they did this the right way. Where would this guy be right now? He's here in spite of these guys, in spite of his own organization. Shout outs to Scottie Barnes, bro.
Yeah.
Who needs that? You got an organization like this, huh?
Yeah. All right, man. Thanks a lot for calling in. Peace. Yep. Red Salute, are you finally able to speak?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, there we go.
So sorry about that. It was the mic icon. There's a little drop down menu next to it. You got to check the right mic. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Well, yeah, I'm glad Quickley's not playing, because if he's playing, if he's at 100%, that means he's on ball big time. And what have we seen all season with him on ball?
Hello?
Stagnant offense. We got Jan Habison and Red Salute. I can hear you. Okay. We're going through that thing again. That happens every single time with Jan. That's usually why I don't usually let Jan on. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, Jan. It's just, these are shows that go on to like a lot of people, and these types of technical disruptions can't keep happening with the same people. I apologize, Jan. I'm not trying to be rude. It's just, yeah, that's happened every single time for the last 4 times that we've had him on. Anyways, so yes, Red Salute, you were saying.
Yeah, no, I don't think we can win this with Quickley. I don't think we'd be in this position right now if Quickley was healthy.
Right. I mean, yeah, it kind of depends on which Quickley you get. You get the Quickley who concedes that it's not his team to run, or do you get the Quickley who thinks this is the, you know, Immanuel Quickley, RJ Barrett revenge tour, and I'm just going to run the offense the way I want to, and, you know, siphon the shit out of it. So I think there's a blessing and a curse to it. It just, you kind of wish that Immanuel Quickley, the shooting part of it was there, but not the playmaking part. I know, like, it's so weird. Like, I was listening to Danny Green on the Hello and Welcome stream or something, and he was on there, and he was just like, yeah, he's like, you're kind of missing like your point guard. And I'm just like, no, our point guard is playing, dude. Like, our point guard is right there. He's starting a point every single game. His name is Scottie Barnes. What we are missing is our shooting guard, which is Immanuel Quickley. But because Immanuel Quickley refuses to play 2 guard for whatever reason, like, if I'm Quickley, I'm going into this off season learning how to be a better screener, and I'm just working on my movement shooting all off season, because I am done with this Immanuel Quickley at point guard experiment. And if the Raptors make it through a first round and win with him out, I think that really does open up the door to, maybe you don't need this guy as much as you do. You do need shooting, but maybe you don't need it from him. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if we'd be able to move him right away. Maybe, who knows? But I would rather have him come back next year, have him playing off ball, and then getting his value up, and then we can at some point move him. But in terms of the series, yeah, that's just a gamble I would not be willing or wanting to take. What Quickley would we get if he was healthy and he could play? Honestly, I think it would be the Quickley we've seen all year at point guard. He would get so many touches. He'd be passing to RJ, and to Ingram, of course. They'd be getting loads of touches. And but with Scottie, it's a much more egalitarian and real offense, and he is a real point guard. And so the results aren't particularly surprising, because I had a feeling we were going to pull it out today. As bad as it looked and as atrocious as the shooting was looking, I had a feeling we were going to pull it out, just because our defense it's far superior. We have far superior defenders than they do, you know. And honestly, it's not something I want to think about. If Quickley was playing, we'd probably be down. Yeah, I don't want to think about it. But I don't want an RJ. Like Coach Mo said, they're moving forward with a core of Scottie and CMB, included RJ. Yeah, I'm glad he's oh, sorry about that. I'm glad he's raising his value, and I'm glad we're winning, and I'm happy for him. I really am. But I've tried getting into RJ this year and trying to appreciate him, but he's too one-dimensional. He's just too limited defensively, and I really hope we move off of him this summer. But getting back to the game, though, in this series, I think we can take it. But honestly, it's Jacoby, I think, will come through in Game 5, because, again, with the previous caller, Coach Mo, he was asking about Ingram. I'm suspecting and hoping, but I have a strong hope that Jacoby's going to come through big for us in Game 5, and he's
Right.
going to be start nailing those threes. It's just because of this illness. He's been sick, and this is the first time in the playoffs for him. And defensively, he's looked pretty good. I know he's gotten beaten. We have seen him getting blown by a few times, but otherwise, he's keeping it together. And I'm really looking forward to seeing him in Game 5 and shooting, because like you, I really believe in this kid. And he's not at the level of a CMB or Scottie, but he's looked really good, and his shooting stroke, it's legit, absolutely. What do you think that Jacoby could potentially, even just if it's just potentially, make a difference for us in Game 5?
Yeah, of course, and he's already making an impact defensively. You know, like since he's entered that starting lineup, Donovan Mitchell has been butt cheeks. He's completely changed the series. Like, I mean, I would love to do, you know, for a members live, I think maybe we should focus on the good thing of Jacoby Walter and look at his defense in these series. Like, because since he's entered that starting lineup, since Scottie has been playing point guard, there hasn't been that clear mismatch, super small guy to pick on all the time. And Jamal is still playing a ton of minutes in this series, but I do think that this is your best chance defensively to survive, which is having Jacoby on the court. And Jacoby was my candidate to start at shooting guard over RJ to enter this season and last season. Frankly, I wanted him to start as a rookie because of the skill set he provides. And the skill set he provides is that Contavious Caldwell-Pope's, you know, Danny Green, you know, that 3-and-D, right? And that provides a stable floor for everybody else to do their job. Is it spectacular? No. You know, and obviously him shooting 0 for 14 over the last 2 games is very, very bad. But that all being said, at some point, I trust him to make the shots. I just do. Like, I do. You know, he's gonna have to be like the only part of his night that pissed me off was the drive to the rim where he went up soft instead of just passing it off to Scottie. I think that was a mistake, but maybe he just wanted to get one on the board, and I'm sure if he looked back on it, he probably regrets it too. But
absolutely.
Yeah, like I think more so than anything, I'm just watching these other teams and I'm like, man, we really lack athletes. You know, we lack those high flying, high motor, high function athletes. And I wonder if this draft, as much as people are thinking big, they're thinking, you know, guard, they're thinking shooting, they're thinking all those things. I'm thinking athletes. I'm thinking big time run, jump, but functionally know how to play basketball athletes, right? Which means, yeah, maybe Jaxel Landerberg might be an answer, you know, for this team. Maybe, you know, I don't care the age of the athlete. I just want athletic players because I know what Scottie can do with athletes. Like I know what Scottie could unlock an Amen Thompson into if he had him on his team. I know what Scottie could do with a Derek Lively, or, you know, just I don't know, like a high flyer, like a guy who can finish above the rim. We don't have guys who finish above the rim. We have Brandon Ingram finishes below the rim most of the time. RJ is a completely below the rim finisher. He does not have extension or vert on that jump. Jacoby is a below the rim finisher. Immanuel Quickley is below the rim finisher. All of our players are below the rim finishers. Jakob, somehow 7'1", still below the rim finisher. The only players who regularly finish above the rim on this team are who? Ochai Agbaji, he's gone. He doesn't play above the rim. Who the hell is the above the rim finisher on this team? Scottie Barnes?
Yeah.
That's about it. And even Scottie is below the rim a lot of times. No, you need some actual like rim pressure athletes. Like you look at a team like San Antonio, Carter Bryant, Wemby, Steph Castle. Okay, these guys are consistently going above the rim, right? You look at a team like Boston, Jaylen Brown, Neemias Queta. These are above the rim athletes. Lance Scott saying, what about Pritchard? Not athletic. Come on, man. Pritchard is not athletic. Pritchard is freakishly athletic. What are we doing here? Of course Pritchard is athletic. I know it's not athletic in the way you want to think athleticism, Lance, but he is very athletic.
Queta makes me so jealous. I wish we had
him. Intelligence. Lance, why does it have to be one or the other? Why does it have to be either an intelligent player who can't finish or a dumb player who can? Look, I liked Adu Thiero in last year's draft. That is an example of a player who plays above the rim. You can go down the list. Jameer Watkins is another player who finishes above the rim. There are plenty of players in this league who are not stupid, who can play without the basketball, play with the basketball a little bit, and can finish above the rim. Benedict Mathurin is an example of a guy who can finish above the rim. Like Jonathan Kuminga is a player who can play above the rim. Now, you may question his basketball intelligence, but I would argue Darko can actually teach basketball intelligence a little bit better than most. And if you get a guy who's got that aptitude and willingness to learn, like you can get guys to understand how to play a limited role. I don't like this idea that we can only have hub bigs. We don't need only hub bigs. You're not running your offense through your fucking through the center anyway. You're running your offense through your wings. So your big just needs to set a screen and dive. And you're seeing it with Evan Mobley playing above the rim against this team. He is clearing about 5 feet. Like he's clearing about 5 feet around the rim and about 2 feet above the rim. And you're having to battle him with Jakob Poeltl and CMB. And he is winning that matchup most nights. Because even if CMB has outplayed him in this series for the most part, and for the most part, he's held even. Imagine if CMB was playing the 4 with a stretch big who could actually finish vertically around the rim. Like that's the goal. Like, you got to play above the rim. You got to have athletes. And if you're going to run a transition offense, it helps to have guys who can go from place to place quickly. So I'm looking at guys like there's tons of guys. There's guys in Memphis. There's just athletes. We need athletes, man. We need run, jump, fast athletes. Andrew Wiggins is an athlete. It's an example. Norman Powell is an athlete.
Yeah.
You need those types of players on this team. Would you do Norman Powell and Andrew Wiggins for Brandon Ingram right now?
I wouldn't think about it. I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Me too. Would you add a first round pick to it?
Sorry?
Would you add a first round pick to get that done?
For Wiggins and
Norman Powell. First of all, the deal is highly illegal because Norman Powell is a free agent. But I'm saying, like, if it was legal, would you do it?
No. It's really, really tempting, but I want to save trading a pick for when because we have to unload a Yak.
We could trade a first round pick for Wemby. That would be great. I love this. Let's go get Wemby. Yep. Would you trade 18 first round picks for Victor Wembanyama? Yup. 18, 80, whatever, man. Trade them all. We don't need to have another first round pick till 2099. If we get Victor Wembanyama.
But we do have Elijah joining. He should be joining the rotation next season, and he brings a lot of.
He does.
His athleticism is freaking amazing, and his motor and his speed. And I believe he finishes above the rim, if I'm not mistaken.
He finishes above the rim. He's also an underrated screener.
Yeah.
He's also a developing shooter, but he's 6 feet tall, and he's not a typical point guard. So, like if he wasn't on a 2-way contract, you might have even seen him enter this series just to, figure this out. But he's a dog. Like, he's a true dog. If there's a guy in that grouping of players, Grady, Jamison, Elijah, Trace, like basically the entire third string unit, if there's anyone that I could trust to actually become a starter in the NBA at some point, it's probably him, just because of the athleticism. It's a long shot for sure because he is older, but he is a late bloomer. And maybe this summer league, he comes out and he averages like 24, and the Raptors are like, okay, that's our first guard off the bench.
Yeah. Well, I know he's 6'2". It's not the greatest, but Cason Wallace is what, 6'4"?
Cason's about 6'3".
6'3", yeah.
6'2", actually.
Yeah, because when you look at, for example, OKC, when you take away Chet and Hartenstein and Shea, it's J. Will, right? And then the rest of the team, they're pretty small, but they're very, very good, right? So
right,
I'm not holding that against Elijah per se. It's just his shooting, and he's not point guard, so we don't have to worry about that. But yeah, his shooting and just on top of defensive rotations and communicating and whatnot, those are my concerns with him. Because otherwise, I think he's easily going to be a guy on the bench, coming off the bench. But I never foresaw starting. Like that's really interesting, Pen, that you foresee that as a I don't know, is it like a strong potentiality with him? But
I think it's just because he does exactly what you need an off-ball guard to do next to Scottie. right? Like he is the guy who can guard the opposing team's point guard, provided he gets a lot better at the point of attack. He is an athlete. He can guard up a position. He has 6'7", 6'8" wingspan with a 6'2" frame, and he's built solid.
Yeah.
So he has that Kyle Lowry, Fred VanVleet skill where he might be able to guard the rim a little bit too. So he's switchable down 3 positions at 6'2", and he's adaptable enough, I think, that he's coachable. He'll listen to his coaches. Like there's no ego with that guy. I feel like watching his growth this year has been really cool. Now look, I was very low on the pick. I hated the pick. I crashed out on the pick. I hated the pick. I am not someone who is going to allow my former take to dictate my forever take. Right? Like I may not, be for a player necessarily, but I see enough and I'm like, okay, I've seen enough shooting development from the G League. I've seen enough athletic potential, throughout this year that I have hope that he can become something. Now, I'm not saying I'm banking him to be a starter. I'm just saying if anyone of that group could be a starter, it's him or Grady, that they have the talent. They have something there that they could do for the starting lineup. He is an NBA athlete. That's one thing I'll say.
Yeah.
He's an NBA athlete. He's an NBA defender. And he has like that NBA strength. You know what I mean? Like I think about him. Yeah. Would he get absolutely obliterated by a James Harden or a, sure. But Donovan Mitchell, sure. But does he have a probably better chance than any player on this team of actually chesting up with a Donovan Mitchell and staying low enough to take away that pocket of space that Donovan Mitchell needs? Like, yeah, he totally does. And Chucky Hepburn, let's not sleep on him either. Another guy that the Raptors, pull together, and he's been injured in and out. I think this summer is going to be so interesting from a development perspective. I can't wait for, like, again, I'm really just excited. I'm excited about the Raptors. I can't wait for Summer League. I can't wait for the draft. I can't wait to see who they pick up at 50 and 19. And I'm excited to see like what kind of players Scottie, Jacoby, CMB, and all these guys come back as, because there is a version of this where the Raptors come back and they are the best team in the Eastern Conference next year. And everyone's like, what? I don't know how the hell this happened. They'll need some changes. They'll need to bring back Sandro. They'll need to add rim protection. They'll need to add shooting. They'll need a lot of internal growth. But man, like it's totally possible. And I don't want to hear anything about like, oh, the Cavs are just folding. The Raptors are making them fold. That's the beautiful part about this. Anyways, Red Salute, any final thoughts, man? I want to get out of here. It's been almost 4 hours.
Yeah, there's a lot of final thoughts. I'll if you're down with it, if it's okay, I'll after maybe on the members live, after you've gone through what you have planned, maybe if it's all right with you, I could call back in then, because there's a lot I want to touch on from the game this summer and then the Raptors moving forward. So
sure.
Okay, great. We'll do it tomorrow then.
Yeah, let me make this an open invitation to all the members. We can do a little bit of a members panel if people want to have like a really big discussion as a members group. Let's do that. Like, let's have like 3-4 people. I'm always a little surprised. There's like a lot of members in this community that I'm sure like would love to meet each other, talk to each other, communicate with each other, and without the trolls in the chat, that sometimes happens in the general stuff. But yeah, like I'm always surprised at how few people call in to those shows, but I hope that more people will call in tomorrow, and we'll do the film breakdown, and then we'll open it up for calls. Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Ben.
All right, my pleasure.
Yeah, final thought. I'll save what I have. I'll save my final thoughts. I was initially thinking of. I'll save for tomorrow, and we'll really get into it. But the one caller, he had a few calls back. It was the soccer guy.
I
forget his name.
Elliot.
Elliot. God, he nailed it. You are the best at what you do on YouTube. You're the best within not only YouTube, but the entire Raptors media space. I know I've said this before, but this is like, I can't, like, for example, I love the guy you had on the other night from TikTok. His name escapes me at the moment.
Cheap Seats 73.
Cheap Seats. He was awesome, but you know what? He's not you. He's not a big advocate. Well, he's not like a passionate advocate for Scottie like you are, because he was saying like Scottie can't shoot. And I'm thinking, well, Scottie can't shoot yet. Come on, man.
I think he made some really valid points. Look, I mean, I've gotten to a point where if somebody tells me Scottie's not going to be a number one, I'm not even mad at it. I get it, but I'm going to see it my way, and we'll see what happens. I really respect his opinion. I mean, we ended up disagreeing on like one point, which was Devin Carter, because I'm like, well, we'll see what happens, right? He's a really smart guy. He coaches. I like meeting people that see different things than I did. Like everyone explores basketball through a different vantage point. Some people see it as a general manager, some people see it as a coach, some people see it as an analytics nerd, some people see it as a player, and all of these perspectives are valid. There's something that a player is going to see in a situation that a scout is never going to see. And this is why you have war rooms. This is why you have front offices. It's so you can bridge in all those gaps. An effective front office is one that is able to collaborate, listen, and accept that, yes, the analytics say this, but the coach says that. And somewhere, somehow, the truth is in the middle of these two perspectives. So I like that he's a coach because I'm not one. And I like that, Brian's a trainer because I'm not one. And I'm learning to understand their perspective. Like, I learned so much talking to people who see things now, again, there's a level that you see it as an analyst, as a writer, as a GM, or a front office minded person versus a coach. It's different when the coach is at like the 60th percentile of coaching. If that makes sense. Like, if the coach is seeing the world at a 60th percentile coaching viewpoint, we may not have a lot to talk about because we're going to be very far apart, at which point I'll probably get rude and probably call you an idiot and people are going to say I'm an asshole. However, because Cheap Seats, I really think he understands his stuff. I see everything he's saying as well. Like, even if we disagree, I totally see what he's saying, and I'll see it. But again, who understands the Scottie story trajectory better than me, having now watched it point by point by point by point. Like, again, like it's weird. Some people specialize in art history. Some people specialize in Roman history. Some people specialize in Japanese literature. I specialize in Scottie Barnes. In a lot of ways, I specialize in Scottie history. There's no one in the Raptor space who's more equipped to write a biography on Scottie Barnes than me. He's my favorite player, and no shit, I should be specialized in this. Which means that if someone says, "Oh, what team does Scottie play for in grade 9?" No one should know that answer faster than me. Which also means the 3-point shooting form has changed in X, Y, Z way. How has it changed? Why has it changed? Who has been the driver of change? Those questions have to be me. So again, when I watch games once as an overview. I will often watch every Scottie possession as a separate endeavor in every game, which means defense, offense. I'm watching every single one of those possessions from Scottie. And I know that, okay, he had 96. We had 73 possessions defensively in this game, and he was locked into 43 of them.
Right.
Okay. Like, that level of detail is not going to be there for anybody who's watching this game generally. Right. So anyways, yeah, that all being said, defense, I felt like almost offering a little bit of a defense of Cheap Seats. I think he's amazing, and I'm really, really happy he came on. But also, thank you for saying that. It's very kind. I'm not very good at taking compliments, as you know. And also, it's very weird to be called the best at anything when you think that you're not even close to scratching the surface of your own potential. So that's always a little weird. So I've learned to kind of take these compliments that you and Elliot and all this and all the people who write these nice things, like, oh, you're really good at this and that. I always take those compliments and I'm like, okay, bottle it up. Now, prove them right, but prove them wrong. Look, I want you to say in 2 years, Rob, I thought you were really good 2 years ago. I didn't know you could get this much better. That's kind of what I want. So hopefully you will be still here in 2 years and you will tell me, Rob, I didn't know you could get this much better, because I do want to get better. And I see all the ways that I can get better, for sure.
Absolutely. And I'll leave it on this. Cheap Seats is definitely a breath of fresh air. It's great to see another person in the Raptor space with a brain and knows exactly what they're talking about. I was just pointing out, I just love your passionate advocacy for Scottie. But I'll leave it at that. And I hope you have a nice, relaxing night. I think there's another game on tonight, if I'm not mistaken. I want to get into that. I'm sure you will as well if there is another game. I don't have
Celtics versus Sixers is happening right now. They're up by 20, and the Lakers versus Houston is happening at 9:30. I will be watching both those games.
Nice.
I don't know if I'm on the panel tomorrow or on Tuesday or whenever, but man, if they let me on tomorrow, there's going to be a hell of a lot of Scottie Barnes talk. Yeah. All right. I'll talk to you later, man. Thanks a lot. Peace. Okay, thank you to everybody who called in. I did not think this live was going to go 4 hours, but salute. Please give this video a like. It would go a very, very long way towards supporting this channel. I would very much appreciate it. Big W for this for the Raptors. And I have to say, it's pretty cool that the Raptors will at least guarantee themselves a game 6 on their own home court. And that's pressure. That's a lot of pressure. Last year, Detroit lost in 6, which means Detroit lost in Detroit. Losing in front of your home fans, it's tough. Winning in front of your home fans would be beautiful, though. So again, if I'm the Toronto Raptors, I'm not thinking about game 7. I'm thinking about 5 and 6. And I'm thinking right now, if I win 5, I'm winning 6, because I don't believe that team over there, I don't believe that team over in the land, Cleveland. Wait, what's another name? What's another word for Cleveland? I don't believe that team over there in Scotland, I don't believe that team is going to come back from 3-2. I believe, and this is the game within the game, this is the psychology of the game, this is all that stuff. I don't believe that team will beat you if you beat them in game 5. I think you win this series if you win game 5, which is almost to say I think the team that wins game 5 is going to win the series. I would love to look at the numbers on how often the team that wins game 5 wins the series. I would suspect it is a lot. It is a keystone game within a tight series. Win game 5, you'll win in 6. Lose game 5, you'll probably lose in 7. I don't mean to be defeatist. I don't mean to be doom and gloom. I'm just telling you the truth. It's going to be very hard for a young team that has very predictable offensive options to go out there with all the pressure on the line and win a game 7. I'm not saying they can't do it. I'm saying you'd be very deeply not favored to win that game 7. But go out there and win game 5, and you flip this entire series on its head. And I think, let me put it this way, the psychology of basketball, right? You win game 5, James Harden calls his travel agent that night and says, get me a trip to Cabo. Get me a trip to the Bahamas. They're already thinking vacation. And when they start thinking vacation, then you hammer it home, beat them by 30 in Toronto, build up steam for that next series, which is inevitably going to be either Orlando or Detroit. And you know what? Orlando and Detroit probably going to go down to a game 6 or a game 7. So neither team is going to have the advantage. And Detroit is definitely, as high as I've been on both teams. I picked the Orlando Magic in the beginning of the season to come out of the East. I also picked the Detroit Pistons to be very competitive. Other than the Boston Celtics, they are my highest rated team in the Eastern Conference. So I'm not saying it's a cakewalk either way. However, this Orlando team, you already have the psychological edge. You beat them by 53. They remember, you remember, we all remember. Number 1. Number 2, you'll have the best player in both series. No offense to Cade Cunningham. I still believe Scottie is better than Paolo, Cade, and Franz. I do believe he is the best player in both series. You may not have the best player in the Boston series, depending on how Jason Tatum plays. You won't have the best player if you face OKC in the finals. But at least for the next round, you might have the best player. So, I don't know. Let's see how this goes. But man, them Scottie Barnes top 10 talks, really not that crazy, huh? Do you remember this episode? I'm actually going to bring this up. One sec. Do y'all remember this? Little free plug for the panel. Do y'all remember this? Scottie Barnes is not a superstar. This 41-minute discussion.
And that's what it is.
Yeah, I ain't want to dribble to that game. So I can't tell you who was good and who wasn't.
You know, it's amazing. I love that Will Hardy went at people for this, because he was talking about Scottie, and he said that, casual fans just don't understand what this guy does. He's like, people who we normalize this thing where we have opinions about games we're not watching in great depth. We're kind of consuming highlights, and we're just like, this guy's great because he had 26. This guy sucked because he had 9. Even the conversation today about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Chill, here's a fun fact. Shai is very efficient. Would you agree?
I would agree with that. Yes, sir.
Do you know that last night was the most efficient game he had all season? He had 95% effective field goal percentage.
Wow.
That is freaking ridiculous.
He was cooking and he still got outplayed.
And all I'm hearing is he got outplayed, and he
did get outplayed.
He was cooking and he still got outplayed.
He should have used that 95 efficiency thing again. He objectively did get outplayed. That's what happened yesterday.
But Pitt, to bring this back to the initial point, to bring this back to the initial point about Scottie Barnes before we move on to the next super chat, the issue with Scottie Barnes, I'm not gonna lie, Pitt, It is you. You are the issue with Scottie Barnes because you talk about him like he's the third coming. It was God, it was Jesus Christ, and then it was Scottie Barnes. You are the problem with Scottie Barnes.
No,
I would love Scottie Barnes, and I would give him so much more credit if you stop talking about.
Look at how angry I just got. This is the improvement I need to. I got off tilt. I got so angry. Look at me. I'm drinking my fucking coffee. And I'm screaming inside. I'm like, I'm saying, you motherfucker. Sometimes I drink my coffee just to avoid saying you motherfucker, like straight up.
Him like he's a definitive.
Okay, I'm about to get really angry.
Top 15 player in the NBA. I don't even know if he's top 20. The thing about it is, I love his defense. He's fantastic.
You hear me say it? He is top 15.
Fantastic on defense.
Bro, if we had this conversation,
can I finish what I'm talking about? You don't even know what I'm about to say.
You cut me
you don't even know what I'm
off
about to
100
say.
times this episode. I guess
you don't even know what I'm about to.
Okay, go ahead.
He's amazing on defense. Good rebounding. He's actually a great passer too. But the thing about it is, if I can't rely on a star to score the ball, it puts you in a weird category. I'm sorry. He's in that Rudy type of realm where it's like, yes, you're great defense.
Rudy Gobert. The man is averaging 25 points per game. Ron, if you see this, if somebody tells you this is streaming, I want you to call in right now and apologize.
Are you? You're great defensively. You're great defensive.
Do you see how angry I got? My lighting changed. I got so angry. I got mood lighting to get so angry. It went super blue. Look at my face. I'm so pissed. He said Rudy Gobert.
But your lack of ability to score and just
can we vote for?
I'm not pulling the car over. I never said that. I never said he's Rudy Gobert. I never said. See, you guys do this. You guys do this. Thank you, Mars. Like, come on.
He didn't say that.
No, okay. Rudy might be a bit like Rudy is the extreme. But what I'm saying is, I watched that. You can rely on him. Yes, he's better. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. But it's just nasty. And the way Penn talks about him, you would watch him and you would think that you're about to watch a dude come out here, lace his kicks up, and just go crazy. And he does not.
25 points per game in the playoffs, by the way. Third best All-Star playing right now. Undisputed.
Do that. He had the same way we just talked about Kevin Durant. He has glaring deficiencies. I'm sitting there like, Payne, you're not the only person that watched that game last night. Scottie was disgusting on the offensive end. It was nasty.
You don't know what you're talking about.
It was nasty. See, but now I don't know what I'm talking about, and I don't know basketball.
You don't.
The ball. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
Scottie Barnes better than Ben Simmons was? Is Scottie Barnes better than Ben Simmons was?
Yes, he is.
This is for everyone.
I would take Ben Simmons.
No,
I would take Ben Simmons.
Yes,
I would take Ben.
Ben Simmons would
2019, I'm taking Ben
Simmons at his best.
Oh yeah, prime Ben Simmons. Yeah, prime Ben Simmons for sure.
I'm not taking prime Ben Simmons as an offensive player over.
Are you? Chill.
I also think he's a bad player.
Don't remember. You just don't remember, Chill.
Chill.
You just don't remember.
Wait, talk about chill. Ben Simmons was a better defensive player at his peak than Scottie is right now.
And that's a conversation.
No, I'm just gonna go forward a little bit because this is giving me a headache too.
Somebody trying to tell you that he's good, he's just not that.
Okay, listening.
Back even harder.
Okay, now this is where I got really, really mad. Like, I'm mad when I go like this.
And now, and since you do this, now we have to push back. But we can't just push back. When somebody pushes you hard, you push back even harder. So, Penn, it is two forces that are going against each other. It's your ultra Scottie Barnes glaze versus everybody trying to tell you that he's good. He's just not that good.
Okay, listen to me. And listen to me really well. Listen, because I'm getting real fucking sick and tired of this shit. Okay? Listen, you have been trying to tell me for what feels like 3 years, 2.5 to 3 years, that Scottie Barnes is basically a bum. You tried to tell me last year. Yes, you did. You tried last year that this Raptors team was going to be trash for as long as they were building around Scottie Barnes.
Oh, well, I mean,
they've been a top 4 team more than they've been a top 6 team this year.
That's correct. That is correct.
Yo! I've been a rich nigga for the majority of my life, but I'm broke right now.
Stop.
They're a 6 seed. Who cares what they were? What are they? They're a 6 seed.
Stop.
And just like the Rockets, the truth is coming.
there was a stretch of Scottie's career where he was very advanced offensively, and that's when he made his first All-Star team. If you remember the first 32, 33 games of that season, I'm sorry, Ron, I don't know if you were paying attention, but Toronto has a basketball team. They play basketball in Toronto, and Scottie Barnes was averaging like 22 points per game. He was shooting like 40% from three, which are basically not Rudy Gobert. So basically not Rudy Gobert. That's what I'm trying to say.
So he regressed, is what you're saying.
No.
That's what you're trying to tell me.
No. There was a team around him at that point, which included Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby, Gary Trent, Dennis Schroeder. And do you know what all those players have in common? They can shoot. Okay?
So you're making the same KD argument back to back.
I actually made the Scottie Barnes argument within the KD argument. You just weren't paying attention. Last night, Scottie Barnes started a game with Jamal Shed, Jakob Poeltl, Brandon Ingram, and RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett had arguably the worst game of his life, but definitely season last night. He was abysmal. Scottie Barnes actually last night, if you want the numbers, actually posted an 11.4 box plus minus. I didn't need the box plus minus to tell me.
I watched the game to tell you that you hype
normalizing.
him.
No. You are normalizing loud speaking as authoritative discourse.
So do you want me to whisper? Because like I will continue.
You're normalizing
talk
that bravado and speaking with confidence validates your point. I present you with the fact.
I'm confidently saying that I don't think Scottie Barnes is nearly as good as you think he is. I'm confident in saying that.
How about this, Ron? Who was more right about Scottie 2 years ago when I came on this platform? You or me? Who's been more right about the Raptors?
What does that have to do about who he is today? You just went up and you came up and said that they've been a number 4 seed for a majority of the season. They're a 6 seed. You brought but they're a 6 seed right now.
Listen to me, Ron.
They're a 6 seed right now.
When he scores 30, you don't say jack shit. That's my problem.
I don't have to because you do. Why?
No, I don't.
Why?
I'll be in the chat. I'll be in the chat. I'm like, yo, Scottie put up 30 on Evan Mobley for sure.
Yeah, how many times did he score 30 this year?
Something. But you
does he have more 30-point games or single-digit scoring games?
Ooh. Yeah, they're the same.
Yeah, he's a player in the middle of the offense.
He has 4 attempts per game. Okay.
Well, I wouldn't say he's a shooter either, though.
At least shoot something.
Dynamite.
But Scottie Barnes does shoot well in the mid-range. And that's what you're not understanding. Even though he has a cramped and terrible space, he is self-generating a lot of those shots. And he plays without a point guard. He is the point guard. You know what? You know what the craziest thing is? Name me another player who's his team's best point guard and best center. Go ahead. Nikola Jokic, Scottie Barnes. That's it.
And versatility is one of his.
Giannis. There you go.
Versatility and others, I think, have him as like a guy that can make an all-star game. Maybe he's a fringe. Okay. Maybe or a starter even.
I'm not putting him in the star
category. To me,
I'm putting him in the superstar.
Superstar.
Oh, I love this. Hold on. I love this because as much as Ron pissed me off, Damian went one step further.
And others, I think, have him as like a guy that can make an all-star game. Maybe he's a fringe.
Okay.
Maybe or a starter even.
I'm not putting him in the star
to
category.
Me,
I'm putting him in the superstar.
Put him in the superstar category.
Yeah.
Make sure
okay. So that okay.
You see, Damian, do you see what the issue is?
He's not that good.
So
let me.
The issue is you. You are the issue.
Let me ask an important question. How many teams would Scottie Barnes be the best player on the team?
I love this.
More than half of them.
Well, I know that for sure, but I want to know how many he wants to say.
More than half?
Because you think he's the best player on the Pistons, right? Like you think he's better than Cade still.
He's not the best player in Boston. He's not the best player.
No. He definitely.
Ron.
No. We're gonna go down. So
sure, he's not the best player.
Would he be the? This is just for Penn. You guys can disagree. This is just for Penn.
Absolutely.
Would Scottie Barnes be the best player on the Pistons?
You could say yes or no question, Penn.
I mean, if you count defense,
the fact that he even has to think about this is ridiculous.
Wait, prior to this year, prior to this year,
stop, Swiper. Go ahead, Penn.
Yeah.
Okay, he's the best. Okay,
would he be the best player on the Celtics?
No, Jason Tatum.
No, Jason. So if I swap him for Jason Tatum,
Jason Tatum's out of the lineup.
Yes, he would.
Would he be the best player on the Knicks?
This nigga that lost his fucking.
Whoa, to be fair, wait, hold on, Ron, come back. 2 defensive liabilities in the playoffs? Go ahead.
He said yes. He said yes to the Knicks. We're 3 for 3 right now. Would he be the best player on the Cavs?
3 for 3.
Cavs? No.
Cavs. Okay, so he's not better than. Would he be the second best player on the Cavs?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Would he be the best player? He'd be the best player on the
I
Hawks,
was
right?
wrong.
Yep.
He's the best player on the Raptors. Would he be the best player on the Sixers?
How healthy is Embiid's knee?
How healthy is Tyrese?
Embiid just played last night. Embiid just played last night. So
If Embiid's healthy, Embiid's
No, he is not. Come on, we can move quicker with this.
Okay, so he's saying second on Philly, right? Behind
yeah.
Embiid.
If Embiid is healthy, then Embiid is better.
Miami,
Yes.
Charlotte,
Yes.
Over
Orlando.
Khan?
Yes.
Okay, not Milwaukee, right?
No.
Chicago,
Yes.
and then I'll just run through Washington, Brooklyn, and Indiana.
Obviously.
Okay, so that means so far in the East, he would be the best player on, is that 13 of the teams? Yeah, 13 of the teams. Cleveland and Philly would be the ones he's not. He's not the best player on OKC, right? Or San Antonio?
Nope.
Oh, wait, take SJ off. Take SJ off.
Then he is.
Yeah,
the
would
best
he
player.
would be the second best player on those teams?
Yes.
Okay.
Comfortably.
He's not better than Luka.
No.
Would he be the second best player on the Lakers?
Yes.
I can see that.
Okay. Not better than Jokic, but would he be better than Jamal Murray?
Yes. I know Sandro disagrees, but yeah.
Is he better than Anthony Edwards? I just want to ask.
They're on the same level for me.
Yep.
They're in the exact same tier.
1A, 1B.
One can't play any defense at all, Mars, to be fair.
Is he better than Kevin Durant?
No.
Okay. Second best player on the team though. He'd be better than
Yes.
Shingun. He's better than Devin Booker.
Yes.
Kawhi,
No.
Darius Garland.
but better than Garland.
Yes.
Benny? This version of Benny?
Yes.
Okay.
He's the best player on the Blazers.
Yes.
Whoa. Donovan
Yeah.
Clingan?
Yeah.
He's the best player on the Blazers. Is he better than Steph?
No.
No.
Would he be the second best player on the Warriors?
Yes.
It's pod, so.
I mean, okay. Would he be the second best player on the healthy Warriors?
Yes.
Bimmy?
So,
much Jimmy
is he
Butler.
better than Zion?
Yes.
Whoever, Memphis.
Chill. How the hell is he not better than Zion?
You are not even ready for the names that these dudes are about to put Scottie Barnes in. They're about to put him with DeMontis fucking Sabonis, Cooper Flag, Zion Williamson, and I'm the one who's insane.
Come on, let's keep going. Let's keep going.
I think
Jesus Christ, man.
Zion.
Y'all need to listen to Wemby more often. Defense is half the game.
Yes,
You're talking about the second best defender in the NBA.
And he don't have the other half of the
Very
game.
positive.
21 or 20.
And hopefully this team figures out. But y'all are only great.
He's a
ones.
superstar. And you're-
But the fact that he's not
We
on
spoke
the
about Scottie Barnes more last year, but that's just because you were here a lot.
right.
But are the great ones supposed to be great in any situation, though?
No, they're not. Sorry, Damien. They are not. I don't know where we
If you're
got
a
this
top
great.
15
He's a
player, you probably should
superstar.
be-
Kobe
In your
wasn't
eyes,
great.
he is a superstar.
wasn't
Kobe
great.
was great. He was great.
Kobe wasn't great in the mid
When?
2000s. Kobe,
You just
Kobe
said
had the
Scottie
peak of his
Barnes is
powers.
a top 10 player in the NBA.
Yeah, you said he's
Kobe was
you
a top
labeled
2
him as a
player in the
superstar.
NBA.
Yeah, but
How come
I
he's in
think
here?
it's fair to say that a top 10 player in the NBA would look like at least close to a top 10 player in the NBA, regardless of the situation. I think that's
Well,
fair.
is top
and if I'm
15
in the-
close? Because I think most of us, I think a lot of us up here can.
I
at
don't
least
think
agree
Scottie
he's
Barnes
close.
is a top 15 player in the NBA.
This year.
What
This year.
What is that?
No,
Just
I
this
still
year.
do. The only reason
Just
we're
this
talking about him
week,
as an all
just this
NBA
month,
player is because
just
guys are
today.
missing the
He's
cut.
not top 15.
And if I'm
If
the
there was no
That
game
player-
minimum, I don't think we'd be entertaining Scottie Barnes all NBA talks.
We should.
No, I think we-
I ain't gonna
we were
lie.
there
And that boy barely pushed the top 25. I'm gonna keep it hot with y'all.
Bro, you don't think
I'm gonna be honest. I'm closer to agreeing with Ron.
I might be.
than-
I might be.
I'm telling you, we are.
fine. Bitch, we already know you look good. You ain't got fine. Bitch, we positively about him. What you do, because this is exactly what you said this is exactly what you said right from the beginning. It's because of Penn. I bet you, Penn, if you didn't talk much about Scottie Barnes, we would actually talk more positively about him. What you doing right now, you are Kanye West when Kanye West is telling us that he's awesome. That's the good-looking chick that's telling us she fine. Bitch, we already know you look good. You ain't got to tell us that you look good. In fact, the more you tell us that you look good, the uglier you get. That's what's going on. So I think what's going on with Penn and what's going on with Ron is that I think Scottie Barnes is a lot better than we give him credit for, but because Penn talks about him the way he does, it actually makes him look worse. And
So
we look
chill.
at
You
more the
have the
flaws from
third
him.
team All NBA.
I do.
So you telling me he's better than
third
that?
team All Pro.
So who's really right? That's what I'm saying.
In my humble, and this is me just thinking off the top, I don't think Scottie Barnes is better than Cade at all. I don't think they're in the same
I think that's perfectly debatable, and I would never push back. I would never.
Yeah, but that's you think it's I'm fine with you having that opinion. I'll let you have it, even though I think he's bad. I'm on the side of I think you're borderline crazy for thinking Scottie Barnes is bad. That's why that's how big I think. But I'm fine. Like difference of opinion. I'm not entirely sure. I think he's better than Jalen Duren, but I'm fine. Whatever, cool. Scottie Barnes can be the second best player on the Pistons. Cool. So I don't think
not entirely sure that Scottie Barnes is better than Jalen Duren. This same genius, Mars Talk Sports, is about to tell you that he's not sure that Scottie Barnes, in fact, he thinks that Trae Young is better than Scottie Barnes. I want y'all to understand this is the level of disrespect we are talking about. And don't even let me get to the Damian disrespect on Domantas Sabonis, Cade Cunningham, 40-year-old. Scottie Barnes on Player's Choice has been called just another Jeremy Grant, just another Drew Holiday, taller Drew Holiday. I've heard all these comparisons. People are so off on Scottie. It's almost like Scottie Barnes is a litmus test for how much you understand basketball. There's another player who's a bit of a litmus test on how much you understand basketball, which is Chet Holmgren. I think Chet is another litmus test on how much you understand basketball. I think Drew Holiday is another litmus test. Derek White is another litmus test on how much you understand basketball. Aaron Gordon is another litmus test on how you understand basketball. I think like there's been players throughout NBA history. Tim Duncan, for most part. Tyrese Halliburton, that's a good one, right? Like, man, some people just don't look like what you think superstars are supposed to look like, but you look up and every single time they're on the court, shit gets really uncomfortable for the other team. And I think Scottie really is a top 13 player. I'm not gassing it up to top 10. There's a lot of really great players in this league, but man, he has outperformed almost every single one of them in the playoffs. Isn't that what counts? You certainly can't say it's because he has so much help. You can't say it's because he has so much spacing. You can't say it's because he's going up against a weaker team. No, he's going up against a team that most people thought was going to sweep this team. And he's been the best player in the series, in a series which includes probably 3 players that the average American thinks are better than him. So what does that say? It says people were wrong about Scottie Barnes. That's what it says. I'll talk to y'all later. Have a beautiful, beautiful evening. Enjoy. Drink, drive. Don't drink and drive. Drink if you are to drink. Drink responsibly. Go out, have fun. I'm sure we can enjoy this until the next one. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for the members live. Maybe we do a general live as well about a different topic, but we might do 2 lives tomorrow. It kind of depends on what my Player's Choice obligations are for the next 2 days. I'll talk to y'all later and enjoy the final leg of playoff games today. Playoffs have been really fun. Peace.